Order. Questions for oral answer. Mr. Leong.
Mr. Speaker, sir, may I have your permission to address oral questions numbers 1 to 3, as well as written question numbers 19 to 24 in today's order paper through the Ministerial Statements to be delivered by Minister Ong and myself tomorrow on the 6th of July 2021. Thank you.
Okay, please proceed. Mr. Pritam Singh.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the Prime Minister, dealing with COVID-19 has been a major whole-of-nation exercise, for which we have mobilized all of our resources. It was an unprecedented crisis that extended beyond public health and threatened both lives and livelihoods. Countries, especially those which encountered the virus relatively early, such as Singapore, had to quickly adapt our contingency plans in the midst of doing battle to deal with the particularly severe challenges posed by this virus. Every Singaporean has had a part to play. Our response has by no means been perfect. We adapted and improved along the way, sharing experiences with other countries as we collectively gain more knowledge of the virus and how to deal with it. We must thoroughly analyze and learn from our experience the entire crisis in all its aspects, from start to finish, just as we did from SARS 17 years ago, which helped us greatly in our response this time. The aim is to understand what we have done well, what we have not, so that we can do better the next time. Another novel disease that causes a global pandemic is not a matter of if, but when. And the next disease may well be even more contagious and dangerous than COVID-19. So we will certainly undertake a comprehensive after-action review, or AAR. However, right now, our agencies remain in the thick of battle. Their resources are totally committed. They are stretched dealing with the pandemic, which is far from over. And even as we fight the current battle, we are constantly evaluating, learning, innovating, and building new capabilities and capacities to stay ahead of this fast-moving virus. As a result, we are in a much safer position now than last year. But COVID-19 will not disappear soon. And with new variants continuing to emerge, there could yet be new twists and turns, some perhaps for the worse, but others hopefully for the better. We have made preparations for a long battle, but with the unprecedented speed at which effective vaccines have been developed and the pace of our vaccination program, we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. When we have the vast majority of, we should be able to live with the virus endemic in our population and gradually shift into a new normal along with most of the countries in the rest of the world. There will be lessons to learn from that shift too. But we are not in a new normal yet. Meanwhile, we are learning and adapting as we fight the virus, whether it is COVID-19 testing, contact tracing, management of dormitories, isolation procedures for foreign arrivals, or safe management measures. The full AAR will therefore have to wait until the situation has stabilized and we are out of the woods. The purpose of the after-action review is for us to learn valuable lessons, to improve our response for future pandemics. We want participants in the AAR to be open and forthcoming, to be reflective and thoughtful, and be candid on their experiences and decisions, to acknowledge shortcomings and where we could and should have done better, and even as they analyze successes. The structure of the AAR must fit this purpose. A commission of inquiry, which is a quasi-judicial investigative tribunal, is not the most appropriate way to achieve this objective.
Mr. Pritam Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank Senior Minister for his response to my parliamentary question on behalf of the Prime Minister. Sir, the main impetus behind filing the question, of course, was the commitment given by the government about 12 months ago, almost a year ago now, to certainly look back at COVID-19. And I refer to the remarks of the now Minister of Finance. I have no doubt that we will find many things where we could have done better and many changes that we should make to be better prepared next time. And I think this is in concert with what Senior Minister has shared. I also note that there are other countries, the UK, for example, and the state legislature of Victoria, which has already actually delivered a report on the government's handling of the pandemic. And I would like to ask the Senior Minister if what sort of form the AAR will take, because I understood Senior Ministers to say that there will be input from the public, but what sort of shape and form is the government considering if it's not going to be a commission of inquiry? Senior Minister said that there is a quasi-judicial aspect to commission of inquiries. That is true, but commission of inquiries also involve matters of public policy, multi-agency issues of grave public concern, and these also have found themselves to be subject of a commission of inquiry as opposed to an AAR. So just to reiterate the question, what sort of review and how can the public play a part in the review that the government has in mind?
Mr. Speaker, sir, we haven't determined the form in which such a review, the precise form in which such a review will take, but we certainly want to learn all the lessons that we have, including those which can be submitted by members of the public who have views and informed views particularly. In my career in the public service, I have been the subject of, the convener of, and participated in many inquiries of various kinds. And it must suit the purpose for which we set up these inquiries or reviews for. In my experience, a COI is probably best suited to look into a singular event that has occurred in a specific moment or instant in time, such as a building collapse, a major accident, or so on. But I don't think the pandemic fits well into such a situation. It is an ongoing and evolving event. It's not over yet. And in fact, many lessons have already been learned along the way, not necessarily through formal AARs or at COI, but because of actual ground experience in which the agencies have adapted, adjusted their response, both in order to be more effective, but also in response to evolving virus itself and evolving situations. So as you can see, our testing, our ring fencing, our safe management procedures, our procedures for incoming travelers, all have changed and adapted along the way. And you can see this learning process continuing. So we want to make sure that when we reach a new normal, this process is properly documented so that we are ready for the next round. Just as we didn't have a COI for SARS, but we learned many valuable lessons from it, which allowed us to be better prepared for COVID.
Mr. Pritam Singh.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you to the Senior Minister. I take like the original answer to the PQ, I take the Senior Minister's point. Section 3 of the Inquiries Act does say that And a commission is suitable if an inquiry is to be conducted into any matter which, in the opinion of the President, be in the public welfare or public interest. I'm not sure whether the AAR that the Senior Minister has in mind will be as broad-ranging as a commission of inquiry could potentially be, but we await information from the government in this regard.
Ms. Fumiha. Senior Minister.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I think the AAR will probably be more broad-ranging than the COI, which by its normal construction will usually be defined in a very specific way. So the government intends to do a very broad-ranging AAR on all aspects, because there are many aspects to this particular pandemic from which we can learn good lessons for the future.
Ms. Fumiha.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to take questions 5 to 7 together.
Yes, please.
Sir, since 2016, there have been concerted efforts to strengthen international cooperation in taxation matters, to stamp out harmful practices, and to increase the taxes paid by multinational enterprises, or MNEs. These efforts were first initiated by the OECD to deal with the issue of base erosion and profit sharing, or profit shifting, or BEPS, by MNEs. But to ensure a wider international consensus, the discussions were subsequently broadened to include more than 130 jurisdictions through a platform called the Inclusive Framework on BEPS. Singapore has been actively involved in these international discussions as part of the Inclusive Framework, or the IF. The IF has been discussing two major tax changes. The first proposal concerns the reallocation of taxing rights of the largest and most profitable MNEs from where they conduct their substantial activities to where their customers are. This is known as Pillar 1. The current proposal is that Pillar 1 will apply to MNE groups with global revenues above 20 billion euros and profitability above 10%. The second proposal is the introduction of an internationally agreed minimum corporate tax rate for large MNEs wherever they operate. This is known as Pillar 2. The G7 and IF have proposed a minimum effective tax rate of at least 15% for MNE groups with global revenues above 750 million euros. Let me briefly explain how Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 will likely impact Singapore. Pillar 1 was intended to adapt the international tax system to new business models where large businesses sell remotely to customers in other jurisdictions without physical presence. Under Pillar 1, some part of the profits and hence the taxes payable of large companies with overseas operations will be reallocated to where their customers are. To illustrate, assume a Pillar 1 MNE group in Singapore has a profitability of 15%. Pillar 1 will then reallocate a portion of the profits in excess of 10%, 5% in this case, from Singapore to be taxed in the market jurisdictions. This means that hub economies with smaller markets like Singapore will stand to lose corporate income tax revenues. Pillar 2 aims to put a floor on international corporate tax competition. Essentially, under this proposal, MNEs will be subject to the minimum effective tax rate of 15% at the MNE group level in every jurisdiction they operate. Broadly speaking, this means that if an MNE group in Singapore is taxed at an effective rate of, say, 10%, then its home jurisdiction will impose additional rules to require the group to pay an additional 5% in tax there. Pillar 2 will therefore limit the effectiveness of tax incentives as a tool to encourage larger MNEs to invest in Singapore. Ms. Mariam Jafar asked how many MNEs in Singapore currently pay less than the global minimum corporate tax rate of 15%. The current proposal under Pillar 2 is to apply this minimum effective tax rate to MNEs that meet a certain revenue threshold, currently set at 750 million euros, as I highlighted just now. There are about 1,800 such MNE groups in Singapore that would meet this revenue criteria. We expect that a majority of these MNE groups will have group effective tax rates below 15% in Singapore. That's because our headline corporate tax rate is 17%, close to the proposed minimum effective tax rate of 15%. Furthermore, our tax system, like most others, provides for tax reliefs to encourage various meritorious activities like capital investment, R&D, or charitable donations. And for a small number of companies, there are also tax incentives for their qualifying activities subject to economic commitments. However, at this stage, it is still too early to work out the exact impact of these tax proposals. The final number of affected MNEs, as well as the extent of the impact, depends on the design of the specific rules, which are still being actively discussed at the IF. As some of these tax changes can only be effected through a multilateral instrument, there will be a need for international consensus to be fully reached before the changes can be implemented. So in response to the query from Ms. Fu, we will only be able to determine with a high degree of confidence what the eventual impact on Singapore's fiscal position will be once the IF has worked through and agreed on the detailed design elements of both pillars. The eventual impact will also depend on how companies and other governments respond to these international developments. What we can say for certain is that when a consensus is fully reached, Singapore will adjust our corporate tax system as needed in consultation with the industry. Any adjustments to our tax system will be guided by three key principles. First, we will abide by internationally agreed standards. Second, we will safeguard our taxing rights. Third, we will seek to minimize the compliance burden for businesses. Ultimately, the best response to these tax changes is to continue to strengthen our overall competitiveness. Over the decades, Singapore has built a solid reputation and track record as an attractive place for business and substantial economic activity. While a conducive tax environment has been helpful in attracting investments, it is not the decisive factor. Having quality infrastructure, good connectivity, a skilled workforce, an open and business-friendly regime founded on the rule of law are all far more important factors. We must therefore double down on these competitive strengths. In particular, the government has been investing and will continue to invest in enterprise capabilities, including innovation and digitalization, and in the skills of our workforce. The Minister for Trade and Industry will be elaborating further on how Singapore can continue to strengthen its position as a hub. MES has also separately provided a written answer to Ms. Mariam Jaffar's question on Singapore's position as an international financial center. In short, we will continue to provide a conducive regulatory environment for businesses, especially for new and innovative activities, as well as a good ecosystem and infrastructure for such activities to scale up across the region. We will also work closely with the industry to build up capabilities and skills that will enable us to stay relevant in the face of key structural trends like digitalization and sustainability that are transforming the financial landscape. Mr. Speaker, the latest proposals to change international corporate tax rules will not be the first or last challenge we face. The key is for us to stay agile and nimble and to respond innovatively to the key global trends affecting our economy. We must continually work hard to strengthen our value proposition, build new advantages, and seek new opportunities. This way, we can ensure Singapore's continued success and ultimately a good future for our people.
Ms. Fumiha.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the Minister for his response. I understand a lot of details is not out yet, but I guess with the announcement, there's been a lot of interest in the industry. I think if Minister in general can maybe speak a little bit more about, whilst we expect the tax system to evolve. But I would like to hear the Minister's thoughts on what specific non-tax benefits could Singapore provide or enhance in order to compensate for the loss of tax benefits previously enjoyed by companies, so that there's some level of certainty when companies are planning out. Question 2 is about the carve-outs. I understand that financial services have been carved out from this global tax reform. Could the Minister comment on how the financial sector is being impacted, including family offices and VCCs? And last but not least, I think amidst this change, countries that have been jurisdiction that has been tax havens without the other non-tax benefits, I would like to ask the Minister, how is Singapore positioning itself to attract companies like that we expect to exit, companies that is expected to exit tax havens, and Singapore to attract it with other non-tax related benefits? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, with regard to the question of carve-outs, as I mentioned earlier, the current proposal on the table is for regulated financial services to be carved out from Pillar 1. As for Pillar 2, as I mentioned, it applies to the larger MNEs, so whether or not family offices and VCCs, variable capital companies, will qualify will really depend on the facts of the case, and ultimately what are the final criteria that is used for the definition of large MNEs. So we will continue to monitor this closely, and as I said earlier, we will respond accordingly once the international rules are worked out and finalized. We will respond in 2 ways. Number 1, we will protect our sovereign rights on taxes, and we will make sure we adjust our corporate tax system accordingly in line with the international standards and in close consultation with businesses in Singapore, ensuring that as far as possible we keep a low compliance burden on businesses. Number 2, we will continue to work hard at improving and enhancing our competitiveness in other areas, especially in terms of the non-tax factors that Ms. Fu highlighted. So to Ms. Fu's question, yes, this is work in progress. We have always been looking at how we can restructure, transform our economy, invest in enterprise capabilities, as well as the capabilities of our workforce. And we will work even harder at that. Our objective is to continue to remain attractive and competitive, attractive to substantial investments and substantial economic activities to be based here. Now, we are not trying to get companies to register in Singapore without a physical presence. That's not our intent. We want to anchor substantial activities here with the aim of creating good jobs for Singaporeans. That must be the objective of our economic policy. It has always been so, and we will continue to work hard on this front. I think we should also be mindful and clear that with these tax changes, going forward, as a small city-state with no natural resources, with limited land, it will be that much harder for Singapore to attract investments, and that means we will have to work even harder to attract and retain investments based on these non-tax competitive factors. Up to now, EDB and our economic agencies have been very effective in bringing investments into Singapore and creating jobs for Singaporeans. But we should never take that for granted. We should never assume that these investments will just fall on our laps and they will automatically happen year after year. It will get harder. So we will need all Singaporeans to support this critical mission, and that includes everyone in this House. And I'm saying that with a reference to the upcoming debates on FTAs, because what we say, the tone of the debate does matter. Because if investors start to feel that Singapore is starting to become less hospitable to foreign investments and talent, they will surely look for other options, and there are many compelling options everywhere in the world, and we will end up worse off.
Leong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, my question is firstly on Pillar 2. I understand that the G7 countries initially sought a minimum corporate tax rate of 21%, but has since been agreed to lower it to 15%. So I wanted to ask the Minister whether he sees this 15% effective tax rate as a number that Singapore can agree to? And if not, is there room for further negotiations or seeking certain further carve-outs? Or is the case of Singapore being a small country will just be the price taker? Second question is, Minister mentioned about Pillar 1, where the allocation of the taxing right will be given to countries where the MNC sold the customers are. I want to ask how significant will this reduction in the tax base and whether that will have any fiscal impact for our budget, and what the other, for example, whether the 15% tax, if higher 15% tax effective rate will be enough to offset, for example, in the short term.
Mr. Speaker, there has been already extensive discussions at the Inclusive Forum, the IF, on many of these matters. And recently, 130 jurisdictions in the IF, including Singapore, have reached a consensus on the key parameters of the corporate tax changes. And that includes the global effective minimum tax rate of 15%. But there are still many design elements and implementation details that need to be worked out, as I mentioned earlier. For example, how would the effective tax rate be determined? There are some technical details there to be resolved. Or whether there will be sectoral carve-outs, as I mentioned. For now, under Pillar 2, the one carve-out that is being proposed is for shipping. Why? Because really shipping operates under a very special tax regime. Shipping has no, by definition, physical presence. It moves everywhere and to many different countries. And so you have different kinds of taxes for shipping, like tonnage tax, that fall outside of the scope of corporate taxes. Therefore, the intent, or at least the proposal on the table now, is to carve out shipping from Pillar 2. But these things are fluid. They continue to be discussed at the Inclusive Forum. Singapore is an active participant in the forum, and we will do our part to shape the consensus in line with our national interest and also to ensure a level playing field for everyone. On the second question on Pillar 1, yes, there will be a negative impact because Pillar 1 means reallocating tax revenues for some of these large firms to where the markets are located. So this will have certainly a direct impact on our revenues. Exactly how much? Like I said, it's difficult to give any detailed estimates now when the detailed rules are still being finalized, and whether or not we will have be able to make up sufficient revenues elsewhere, that's still something that we will have to work out. I should explain why did we end up even with Pillar 1. And the reason is that many jurisdictions feel that in this new digital world, digitalization has enabled large MNEs, especially the digital companies, to do well, to grow dramatically, and to be able to acquire more customers in jurisdictions outside of where they operate. They can acquire customers remotely. And therefore, many of these market jurisdictions have started to unilaterally impose what they call digital services tax on these companies. It is not in our interest to have a taxation system that's fragmented and to have other jurisdictions impose unilateral taxes. That's not helpful for Singapore as a small and open economy. And that's why we feel it's better that we participate actively in the Inclusive Forum and be part of the multilateral discussion to shape a set of international tax rules that can be adapted to this new business model of the digital world. So indeed, that's what Pillar 1 is about. And when as and when there is an agreement on Pillar 1, the agreement will provide for the coordination of this new international proposal together with the removal of all digital services tax and other similar measures that have been unilaterally imposed by certain market jurisdictions. And that's why we've decided we could go along with this Pillar 1 consensus view so that businesses can work with one set of rules rather than have to deal with a patchwork of fragmented rules. But as I mentioned, there are still details to be worked out even under Pillar 1, and these are issues which we will continue to actively discuss at the Inclusive Forum.
Mr. Louis Chua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Minister for the clarifications. I've got two further clarifications. I think the first is basically in terms of the effective corporate income tax rates here in Singapore. What are they, and whether the government has conducted any scenario analysis to assess the net impact to our income tax revenues as a result of Pillar 1 and 2. I understand that it's still preliminary days, but we already have the key parameters, and the OECD, for example, I think they have already given some sense of what they expect the global overall tax revenue impact is going to be. I think and the second question is really in terms of the foreign MNCs who are currently paying effective tax rates of below 15%. I think whether the government will consider raising the effective tax rates to be in line with this minimum of 15%. And given the, if I look at the US IRS data, for example, based on what has been disclosed, I think the effective tax rates for these US companies do appear to be much lower than our statutory income tax rates at just about 4%. And especially given that, as Minister said, Singapore's attractiveness is not really solely based on tax incentives alone. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chua has in fact asked quite a detailed series of questions on our effective tax rates, not just for MNCs, but for local enterprises, and quite a range of different breakdowns in a separate PQ, and so we will provide the full answer there. I mean, those are the data that we will share. Yes, effectively, our effective corporate tax rate is low, not just for MNCs, for all companies, especially for SMEs in Singapore. They are low, and they are low for a reason, because we want to encourage business innovation, business investments, and we want to make sure that businesses can create good jobs for Singaporeans. So with Pillar 2 being in place and with the consensus around Pillar 2 forming at an effective rate of 15%, we will of course have to start thinking about what changes and adjustments are needed with regard to our corporate tax system to be in line with international standards, as I said earlier. At this stage, I would just say it's premature to speculate or to talk about what these tax adjustments will be. But as I mentioned earlier, the key principle is we will preserve our sovereign tax rights, our rights to taxation, even within the international agreement, and we will work out together with businesses what adjustments and changes might be needed in our corporate tax system. But secondly, we will also, at the same time as we adjust our corporate tax system, make sure that we work even harder on non-tax factors to make sure that Singapore remains competitive and attractive to investments. That's not something we should take lightly for the reasons I've explained earlier.
Ms. Jessica Tan.
Thank you, Minister, for elaborating on the impact of Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. I specifically have a follow-on question with regards to tech companies in relation to what Minister said with regards to the digital economy. Given both Pillar 1 and 2 and the impact of that, although I know that it's still, there's still a lot of uncertainties, how can Singapore, specifically for the tech hub status, how can we continue to be attractive? Because given especially, actually both Pillar 1 and 2, it could have significant impact on Singapore's tech tech hub status. So I would ask Minister if he could elaborate on some of the key levers we would need to really strengthen. I know he talked about the whole breadth of it, but what would be some of the key pillars for the tech sector specifically, given the impact of digitalization?
Mr. Speaker, it is a very important question, and I don't want to belabor the broad points because at this stage, I think it's a little early to dive into details. The upshot of these tax changes, as I said just now, is that it will make it harder for Singapore to attract investments. There should be no doubt, right? So let's be realistic about what the impact will be. It will make it harder for us to attract investments, and we have to work harder, particularly given our size, the fact that Singapore is such a small city-state compared to so many other locations around the world, which offer equally, if not more attractive and compelling attributes. So whether it's for technology, whether it's for finance, whether it's any other major investment that will now be impacted, we just have to work that much harder. Basically, in a post-Pillar 1 and post-Pillar 2 world, the large MNCs of the world will bear a larger tax burden. That's what it comes down to. And therefore, anywhere they go, right, assuming Pillars 1 and 2 are applied evenly, uniformly around the world, they will have to bear a larger tax burden. So we, on our part, will therefore have to work that much harder, whether it's on upgrading of our workforce, our infrastructure, our connectivity, our overall business environment. All of these factors will therefore become more salient in our ability to attract and retain investments, and ultimately with the objective of creating good jobs for Singaporeans.
Mr. Saktiandi Supat.
Mr. Speaker, as the Finance Minister has mentioned, last week, about 130 countries and jurisdictions, including Singapore, agreed to reform international taxation rules under the Base Erosion and Profit Shifting, or BEPS 2.0 project. Details on the final parameters, design, and implementation will need to be discussed in the coming months. Therefore, there remains significant uncertainty in terms of the possible impact on Singapore and the sectors which will be most affected. When the details have been finalized, all jurisdictions will need to adjust their tax regime to be compliant with the new rules or cede tax revenue to other jurisdictions. We are closely monitoring developments and have been engaging industry stakeholders to understand their needs so that we can better formulate our response. As we adjust our tax system, we will aim to minimize the compliance burden for businesses and ensure that Singapore continues to be an attractive place for business. After all, Singapore's competitiveness goes beyond our taxation rates. Key fundamentals, such as our strategic location and international connectivity, excellent infrastructure, the rule of law, and skilled workforce remain strong. However, we must not be complacent. We are therefore redoubling our efforts to enhance our competitiveness and improve our business environment. For example, through upgrading our industry transformation maps, or ITMs, we are confident that investors will continue to find Singapore a compelling place to do business, and our economy can continue to thrive in the new environment. Thank you.
Mr. Saktiandi Supat.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for answering my question. I have two supplementary questions. One is a simple question, the impact of Pillar 2. Will there be a risk to existing firms moving out? And I'm referring to the US IRS filings, which indicated that the US Singapore's share of US firms' foreign income tax is second highest in the world, at about 75% after Bermuda, which indicates that the US firms' employees here, for example, has about 165,136 people working for the US firms, not to mention the cascading effects of some of these US firms in terms of subsidiary employment for Singaporeans. So my first question is, how will there be risks of these firms moving out, these US firms moving out? Second question is whether MTI is reviewing its strategies to attract MNCs in light of this change, and what are those strategies? I think Minister has mentioned briefly the non-tax factors, but how much more can we improve to enhance even further those non-tax factors and to attract more firms coming in year after year? Thank you.
I thank the member for the two important questions. Yes, indeed, US firms play a very important role in Singapore's economy. They provide significant employment and good employment to Singaporean workers. But it's not just the US firms. I think this BEPS 2.0 is going to affect all countries. And therefore, it is important for us to take a holistic approach, look at the entire business environment. And we are doing quite a few things to ensure that we remain competitive. Mr. Saktianti asked whether there's a risk of firms going out, moving out of Singapore. The risk exists, and they exist today even, because we have to continue to remain competitive. Otherwise, the companies will do their calculation, and they do that regularly. They redo their calculation almost yearly to decide whether they are going to continue to be in Singapore, to continue to invest more in Singapore, or to move somewhere else. And that is why we cannot take for granted, as I mentioned, as a finance minister also underscore, we need to continue to ensure that our environment remains effective and competitive. And what are the things that MTIs are looking at in doing? First, we have to continue to invest in our infrastructure to ensure that we provide a very efficient infrastructure to allow our companies to operate here in a very cost-effective way. Secondly, we need to extend our connectivity. We have entered into several FTAs, and we are continuing to sign FTAs, and we are looking at the various new opportunities for us to enter into new trade agreements, including renewable energy, including green economy, as well as a digital economy. Over the last few weeks since I took on the job, I've been talking to our counterparts in other countries almost on a daily basis to develop new connections to allow our companies to expand beyond the confines and the limitation of our physical size. And we also want to encourage companies to invest in productivity, in upgrading, so that they can continue to be cost-effective. And there are many schemes that we have offered, and I can't detail all of them here, but I'm sure members are aware there are a lot of support schemes to encourage and support companies to become more productive. And particularly for tech companies, we have a lot of incentives and support for investment in R&D. And this will anchor a knowledge-based economy, an innovation-driven economy in Singapore. I think we have to do all of this in order to keep Singapore competitive. We must remember that BEPS 2.0 is one of many threats that could affect our competitiveness, and we cannot remain static. Chinese, there's a saying, 逆水行舟 不进则退. In business, it's the same. If we stop where we are and hope that we will continue to thrive and to be vibrant, I think we will be in trouble. We have to constantly be on the move, look out for opportunities, continue to restructure, reorganize, and reposition ourselves for new opportunities that will come our way.
Ms. Carrie Tan.
Mr. Speaker, may I seek your permission to allow for the answers to PQs 9 to 16 to be given first, and then to address any further supplementary questions that might be collectively. These questions, these PQs, raise general issues concerning or affecting racial integration in various policies.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. May I also seek your permission to take questions 9 and 10 together in my answer? Sir, as a multiracial and multi-religious country, we do not tolerate any form of racial discrimination. Racial discrimination sows discord amongst and between different communities and threatens the harmony that we have worked so hard over so many generations to build up. Our multiracialism is not perfect, and there's still much that we can do to improve. Let me elaborate on our multi-pronged approach to tackle racism and racial discrimination. First, we have an enforcement and legal framework to deal with egregious cases that undermine our racial and religious harmony. Under the Penal Code, it is an offense to commit acts that deliberately wound the racial and religious feelings of any person, that promote enmity between different racial and religious groups, or that are prejudicial to the maintenance of racial and religious harmony. The Maintenance of Religious Harmony Act, MRHA, as amended in 2019, allows the government to respond more effectively to incidents of religious disharmony and strengthens our safeguards against foreign influence that threaten our religious harmony. The government does not tolerate hate speech and will investigate anyone who sows enmity between races. Just last year, an individual used a Twitter account to make racist remarks against people of different races. This included comments against Indians whilst making reference to a news article on foreign workers living in dorms contributing to the apparent high COVID-19 infection rate in Singapore. He was charged for offences of promoting enmity between different groups on grounds of religion or race under Section 298(a) of the Penal Code. In addition, under the Broadcasting Act, IMDA can direct internet content providers to take down broadcasting material that glorifies, incites, or endorses ethnic, racial, or religious hatred, strife, or intolerance, which is prohibited under the Internet Code of Practice. Second, sir, we foster social norms for respectful online behavior and discourse. Recent events have highlighted the polarizing effect of online platforms and social media, and we must guard against potential divisions. This is especially important because we can only strengthen our multiculturalism if we treat fellow Singaporeans as partners instead of adversaries to be confronted. To achieve this, we will require a whole-of-society partnership with government, industry, and of course the community, and each of us collaborating. For example, the Media Literacy Council, MLC, promotes responsible online behavior by working with partners to support projects by our youths, promoting the shared values of respect, responsibility, empathy, and integrity, and online behaviors that demonstrate safety, responsibility, and also civility. Social media companies also play a part in managing content hosted on their platforms by constantly improving and enforcing their policies to remove content that promotes violence against people based on race or ethnicity. For example, Facebook has a set of community standards which classifies hate speech as objectionable content. Twitter also has a similar set of policies on hateful conduct, and the government works with these social media companies to promote healthy online discourse. MCCY also encourages ground-up projects that promote racial and religious harmony, including those that leverage digital and online platforms. MCCY provides funding support through its Harmony Fund and partners community organizations to organize initiatives such as the Mission Unite in Hackathon in December 2020. Third, we foster open, meaningful, and responsible conversations on race and religion. That is important. These conversations bring Singaporeans together to discuss and find common ground on issues important to us as a people, and in the process, build up mutual trust and respect, and also understanding. To support such dialogues and civic engagements, we work with stakeholders in the public, private, and also people sectors to identify and equip individuals with the relevant skills so that they can in turn create safe spaces for sensitive topics to be discussed. Within the public service, we have trained and developed a sizable pool of facilitators who are able to design and lead engagements both within the public service and with the wider community. An example is the ongoing Emerging Stronger conversations, which I'm sure many members have heard or participated in, which are mostly led by public officers across different government agencies who are trained in facilitation. Beyond the public service, community and religious groups also play a key role in engaging constructive discussions, clarifying doubts and misconceptions, and rallying Singaporeans around our shared values to take a stand against divisive rhetoric on racial and religious issues. Our religious and community leaders have amongst them strong facilitation and convening capabilities. MCCY augments their efforts. For example, in June, MCCY supported the Centre for Interfaith Understanding's launch of a series of public workshops that aim to discover and develop and deepen interfaith facilitators' role and expose them to a cross-cutting issues such as interfaith marriages, economic inequality, when discussing race and religion. So having other segments of society come together, discussing policies, economic policies as well, but having the undertone of race and religious harmony as a backdrop. Last month, MCCY also launched the Create and Connect digital media workshops, where 40 participants from religious and community organizations came together to learn from technology companies on how to impactfully engage audiences on sensitive race and religion issues, and also manage complex online discussions in a constructive manner. MCCY also supports community-driven dialogues that provide safe spaces and opportunities for open dialogue and mutual learning. MCCY's Bridge program was launched in 2017 and has to date supported over 120 such dialogues pertaining to race and religion. For example, onepeople.sg has been organizing the Regardless of Race dialogue series since 2019, with its most recent 6th edition in April this year. These dialogues address salient issues on racial harmony, including the impact of social media on race and religious relations. Fourth, sir, we are committed to enlarging the common spaces in which all Singaporeans can live, work, and play together, and also share the daily lived experiences that bind us. Singapore's approach to maintaining our common space has created room for every community to enjoy our diverse cultural heritage, without asking any specific segment of community to give up its rich inheritances, culture, and heritage. Over time, we have achieved a balance that all communities can accept, and it has allowed us to live together in peace for more than half a century. This approach remains fundamental to tackling racism and racial discrimination and strengthening racial and religious harmony in Singapore, and I must stress that we all have a part to play. MCCY also works with other government agencies and community partners to provide opportunities to Singaporeans from diverse backgrounds to have meaningful interactions with one another. So it's not just between from government and people, but also, crucially, between people to people as well. These include events organized by arts, heritage, and sports organizations, the People's Association, and the Interracial and Religious Confidence Circles, the IRCCs. We also nurture the values of respect and harmony in our students. Within the classroom, topics on multiculturalism and the importance of racial harmony are taught in subjects like character and citizen education, CCE, history and social studies. As part of the refreshed 2021 CCE curriculum, teachers in secondary schools and pre-university institutions will receive specialized training so that they can also facilitate conversations, discussions, dialogues on contemporary issues, including race and religion, to hone students' ability to understand different perspectives and engender a sense of empathy and respect for one another. Through the co-curricular activities and other school experiences, students bond and interact with one another, regardless of background. Learning journeys to cultural and heritage centers, sites, and the celebration of cultural festivals also helps students foster and develop a stronger sense of identity, learning, and also, importantly, sensitivity to each other's race and religious issues. So these are just some of the government's initiatives in the community and educational domains to strengthen racial and religious harmony in Singapore. Racial harmony in Singapore is a constant work in progress, and our ambition is for the bonds that bind our different communities to grow from strength to strength in the common spaces that we provide. All of us have a part to play in building a nation, regardless of race, language, or religion. Thank you, sir.
We will take the SQs after the POHs address the various questions. The next POH who is addressing the issues.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, may I take questions 11 and 12 together?
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, our schools and institutes of higher learning are committed to providing a supportive and safe environment for our students and staff, regardless of their race, religion, or gender. They provide a common space for students to learn and live out the values of respect and harmony, and build a deeper appreciation of diversity in our society. To maintain this common space, our institutions stand firmly against any form of discrimination. The importance of racial and religious harmony and respect for others is also taught through the formal and informal curriculum. Our institutions have clear guidelines against unprofessional and discriminatory conduct. Specifically, respect for others is an integral part of the codes of conduct for both students and staff in the IHLs. In particular, we expect all educators to conduct themselves to the highest standards of their professions, given their position of influence over the students. Students and staff who experience any form of discrimination should not hesitate to bring it up to their institution immediately. Feedback channels and processes for students to do so include approaching senior staff or faculty members in person or via emails channels and other formal feedback mechanisms. In schools, students are informed that they can raise any issues to their teachers or any staff member. In IHLs, information on feedback channels are broadcasted on various platforms, including institutions' websites, student handbook, and portal. Students are also informed about these feedback channels during enrollment and orientation briefings. While students and staff can choose to remain anonymous when providing feedback or reporting any incident, we generally encourage them to identify themselves and provide their contact details so that a more thorough investigation can be conducted. Students and staff have the assurance that they will be supported and protected, and that their feedback will be handled sensitively and in strict confidence. Where necessary, institutions may decide to implement measures to maintain safe campus safety and the safety of those involved in the incident. For example, institutions may issue a no-contact order between the complainant and the perpetrator, or temporarily suspend the perpetrator from campus while investigations are ongoing. Once a case has been lodged, institutions take prompt action to investigate the case and provide counseling support to the affected persons. Individuals involved in the incident will be interviewed and evidence gathered to ascertain the facts of the case. Those found to have breached the code of conduct will be disciplined and counseled accordingly. Institutions will continue to strengthen their feedback processes and encourage students to speak up on any incidents of discrimination. Their curricula and policies in MOE, schools, and IHLs are also regularly reviewed, taking into consideration feedback from educators, students, and parents through regular engagement sessions. Beyond efforts in schools and IHLs, parents and community groups also play a crucial role in supporting students to stand up against acts of discrimination and not be afraid to raise any issues to their respective institutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, may I take questions 13 and 14 together?
Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. I thank members for their questions on the EIP. I thought it would be useful for me to first share the history and the context in which it was first introduced. When Singapore was still under British rule, the Raffles Town Plan, also known as the Jackson Plan, designated separate geographical zones for each ethnic group. Malays, Chinese, Indians, and Europeans lived in different areas and apart from each other. This segregation was not conducive to promoting interaction and integration between the races. That was our colonial history. Given that experience, as well as the circumstances that led to Singapore's independence in 1965, our founding fathers were determined to learn these lessons in order to build a cohesive multiracial society. Our very existence as a nation was based on this ideal, that we would be one united people regardless of race, language, or religion. To achieve this aspiration, the government did not blindly paper over the differences between the different ethnic groups. We also did not take a melting pot approach by forcing different races to blend or conform artificially to one uniform national culture. Instead, we respected and celebrated our differences, worked hard to uplift every community, while actively enlarging our common space and fostering trust and understanding between the various ethnic communities. We encouraged this through a range of policies, including public housing policy. For instance, when HDB built new towns and estates to provide public housing for Singaporeans, we consciously allocated flats in such a way that every HDB block and precinct all over Singapore reflected the ethnic mix of the general population. Now, these were for new flats then. This was so that people of different races could interact and form bonds with one another. While we controlled the allocation of new flats quite carefully, we did not initially place similar restrictions on resale transactions, which were first allowed in 1971. Over time, as more resale transactions took place, people sold and bought and moved, ethnic concentration started to re-emerge in particular areas. For example, by the late 1980s, we started to observe an increasing concentration of Chinese buyers in Ang Mo Kio and Malay buyers in Bedok and Tampines. We could see that without intervention, there would, over time, once again, be ethnic enclaves which would separate us. And that is why we introduced the EIP in 1989 for both new as well as resale flats, to ensure that public housing estates remain inclusive and diverse, even beyond initial flat allocation. The EIP applies to all races. It caps the proportion of flats in each HDB block and neighborhood that can be owned by households of each ethnic group. The limits are set based on the ethnic proportions in the general population, with an allowance for some local variations in each block and neighborhood. And if you look at the EIP limits, they're actually set higher than the national demographic proportion of each ethnic group. Mr. Chong Ki Hiong pointed out the changing profile of our households. He's right. We therefore review the EIP limits regularly to ensure that they are in line with national demographics, so that our HDB blocks and neighborhoods continue to reflect the multiracial character of our society. As for inter-ethnic households, which are becoming increasingly common in our social landscape, they can choose which ethnic quota to be considered when buying a flat. This choice is then fixed until they sell the flat to be fair to other flat owners. Today, we've made progress in strengthening good relations among Singaporeans of all races, and that is the result of the hard work put in by many generations of Singaporeans, as well as our deliberate policies and programs that seek to actively support multiracialism, including the EIP. But as recent incidents show, there is still more that we can and must do to combat racism. Building racial harmony is a constant work in progress, and the EIP remains an important part of this effort. Because left entirely to social and market forces, ethnic concentrations will start forming in different areas again. Now, there are many reasons for this, even beyond the instinctive preferences that people may have to live near others from the same ethnic community. For example, family members may wish to live near each other for mutual support, live near family. Or residents of certain ethnic groups may prefer neighborhoods with a higher concentration of specific amenities and services, or larger flat types. Or they may find different locations more suitable for their household's financial situation. Individually, these are completely understandable and reasonable preferences, and very personal ones. But collectively, if we are not careful, these tendencies could inadvertently lead to segregation among our races. Now, is the EIP still relevant today? Let's look at the facts. Today, nearly 1 out of every 3 HDB blocks and 14% of HDB neighborhoods have reached one or more of the EIP limits, which means they've hit, for that particular ethnic limit, more than the national proportion already. This happens across all ethnic groups, Chinese, Malay, Indian, others, as well as in both mature estates with older Singaporeans and newer estates with younger residents, where most residents fulfilled the MOP in recent years. In some areas like Bukit Merah, Pasir Ris, and Woodlands, the limits have been reached persistently across time. So just imagine how much more the different ethnic groups would concentrate in different neighborhoods if we did away with the EIP. And how much harder it would be then to promote mixing and understanding across ethnic groups in the home environment. Our children could grow up in neighborhoods where they hardly see any children or any people of other races. Not even in their classrooms, since most children go to preschools and national schools near their homes. How much harder then would it be for them to even get acquainted with different cultures from a young age, to see festivities, celebrations, and mourning in the neighborhood? Not to mention to truly understand and appreciate these cultures from a very young age. And how much harder would it be for our children to correct their conscious and unconscious racial biases and learn how to live in a multicultural society? So to Ms. Cheryl Chan's questions, yes, the EIP remains relevant and necessary today. Now, fostering real racial harmony is challenging, and the EIP is one very important part of the solution because it helps to ensure inclusive and diverse neighborhoods. Of course, some might argue that just because we live next door to someone from a different ethnic group or culture or religion does not necessarily mean that we will get along with our neighbor or learn to tolerate or understand our differences. In fact, all these incidents of friction between neighbors of different cultures have caught our attention and is part of the reason why we're having this debate today. But equally often, we do not celebrate the large number of situations where neighbors learn to live with each other, celebrate each other's festivals, mourn with each other's, grieve with each other, and go and learn how to live together because they live in the same community. But others also argue that there are other ways to mix and achieve social integration in schools, at work, or during national service. But the EIP remains critical because so much of our lives and our children's lives revolve around our homes and our neighborhoods. With diversity in our estates, we get to interact with our neighbors of different races almost every day, along the corridors, the void decks, the playgrounds, the markets, our neighborhood centers, the shops, the hawker centers. And if we don't live with each other, it makes it much harder to empathize with other communities and understand the challenges that they face. And so much easier to stereotype or assume the worst of the other, the people we don't see or don't see so often. And this is a recipe for mutual mistrust and intolerance that we've seen in our early history, but also repeated in cities and townships all around the world. Indeed, we only need to look at other countries in the present day to see how this might happen. In major cities across Europe and the US, for example, racial segregation is common and well advanced. Different ethnic groups live in different enclaves. The wealthier ethnicities congregate in expensive, gentrified precincts, while ethnicities which are well off, or which are less well off, are excluded and stigmatized. They receive fewer opportunities and these differences get entrenched across generations. I recently read an article on the website 538, analyzing racial segregation in the US. It featured a tool developed by the University of Virginia, which is called the Racial Dot Map, and you might want to check it out after this. The map plots one dot for each person on the maps of US cities with different colors representing different ethnicities. The visualization is quite stark. The map is colorful, but you can see distinct and clear patches of color sharply separated from one another with very little intermixing, a reflection of how multicultural but segregated the country is. The author also cites a study showing that 3/4 of white Americans do not have any non-white friends. He writes, I quote, "The places we live affect not only our access to resources, but also who we meet, interact with, and become friends with. The nature of segregation in the US means that we only end up seeing and learning about what our own groups experience, making it hard to understand the lives of people outside our own group," unquote. Similarly, after I spoke about the EIP at an overseas conference some years back, a mayor of a big city that had suffered from serious racial segregation and conflict came up to me. He said he wished that his city had implemented a version of the EIP much earlier on to foster harmony and avert the unrest that they now regularly face. But now that societal divisions have hardened along racial and ethnic lines, the EIP is not a feasible nor politically attainable option. Even talking about the idea of ensuring that different races live near one another would cause an uproar and inflame tensions even further. And that is how bad the situation had become. And that conversation with this mayor stuck in my mind all these years. In fact, in 2016, September, Lord Mayor Sadiq Khan of London said this, I quote, "The less integrated our societies are, the greater the economic and social costs we face now and in the future. Failure to integrate feeds extremism, whether in the Muslim community or the far right. It causes anxiety and fear of crime and causes mistrust between people. A laissez-faire approach to achieving social integration just doesn't work. There is so much that city leaders can do to ensure people of different ethnicities, faiths, culture, age groups, and incomes don't just tolerate each other, but live truly interconnected lives. We need to ensure that our housing and planning laws mean we design and build integrated communities and institutions where neighbors have real reasons to come together," unquote. And actually, I've got many other studies that we've been following over the years, studies in Europe, studies in US and other cities, which affirm that integration and social diversity strengthens social cohesion and understanding. So the EIP continues to serve a very important function for Singapore. We cannot leave social mixing to chance and hope that it will happen by an invisible hand. It is better to intervene upstream to preempt the problem and to foster mutual understanding and encourage integration from the start. If we wait until racial tensions have started to bubble to the surface and develop and become entrenched, it will become so much harder to heal those fractures and rebuild trust among different communities. From our engagements and the feedback we've received, most Singaporeans understand and support the EIP and recognize its purpose. Based on the recent Reach survey, more than 60% of Singaporeans agreed that implementing racial quotas in public housing was an important way of promoting racial integration. Similar levels of support were seen across all races. About 30% were indifferent to this, and less than 10% disagreed. Having said that, we recognize that the EIP is an intrusive social policy because it acts against very powerful and complex socio-economic forces that are at play in Singapore and all over the world. And in its application on the ground, the EIP does have its rough edges and may cause difficulties for some owners looking to sell their flats. In 2020, HDB received about 500 appeals for a waiver of the EIP, which is about 2% of the 23,100 resale applications filed last year. And when the EIP limits are reached for an ethnic group, sellers from other ethnic groups are unable to sell to buyers of the constrained group. With a smaller pool of eligible buyers, sellers may have to lower their asking price, or they may take longer to market and sell their flat. This happens across all races, including Chinese sellers who are affected by the non-Chinese EIP limits, but we do see more appeals from sellers from the minority races. And this is because Chinese buyers form a larger proportion of the market simply from the demographic mix of society, and the impact on individual non-Chinese sellers is therefore larger when the Chinese EIP limits are reached. And this data we presented in some PQs earlier. In such cases, the seller's loss may be the buyer's gain. A buyer from an eligible race will benefit from a lower resale price and would thus be less affected if and when they sell the flat in future. But this brings little comfort to affected sellers, particularly those who had bought the flat from HDB or on the resale market before the EIP limits were reached, and yet are now caught by EIP limits. And this is the group who can be financially disadvantaged, and I understand that they feel aggrieved. They may feel it is unfair that they are personally shouldering the cost for a policy that benefits all of us in society. Now, over the years, MPs on both sides of this House have raised these concerns. And this is why HDB has been exercising flexibility for EIP-constrained owners on a case-by-case basis. For instance, HDB will give the household more time to sell their flat and even waive the EIP limits if there are exceptional circumstances. In fact, the percentage of successful EIP-related appeals have risen from 14% in 2018 to 21% in 2020. However, whenever HDB waives EIP limits to address its impact on certain households, it is mindful that this may lead to even higher imbalances in the concentrations of certain ethnic groups in some areas. So we're studying the situation carefully and are looking at what more can be done to help affected sellers. The EIP is by no means the perfect tool, nor the only tool to promote and ensure racial harmony. We are very conscious of the trade-offs and will keep working to smoothen its sharper edges. But it has an essential place among the range of tools and programs and policies and safeguards we deploy to protect and promote our racial harmony. So let us keep in mind the larger social objective behind the EIP, even as we seek to smoothen its sharper edges. We must always ensure that the places we live and grow up reflect the fabric of our society, and that is how we continuously press on towards our ideal of a cohesive and multiracial Singapore. Thank you.
Ms. Nadia Samdin. We're taking all the way to PQ 16.
She's not sure what you're asking her to do.
She's supposed to stay in PQ 16.
Mr. Speaker, uplifting low-income and vulnerable families, including supporting families staying in rental flats to attain and regain home ownership, is a whole-of-society effort. On the government's part, we have a suite of housing grants and priority schemes to ensure that public housing continues to be affordable and accessible to all Singaporeans. We have also enhanced our measures to provide additional support to families staying in rental flats in recent years. In addition to generous housing grants, families in public rental can receive one-to-one guidance from HDB's Home Ownership Support Team, HST, as they work towards buying a flat. Within the Malay Muslim community, the M-Cube network has various programs that complement the government's initiatives in supporting lower income and vulnerable families. Project Dian at M-Cube aims to provide more effective and integrated support for Malay Muslim families staying in rental flats by connecting them to the wide range of national and community programs for education, employment, social support, and health. Project Dian at M-Cube, which focuses on Malay Muslim families, will focus on the following aspects. First, we want to improve the intergenerational mobility by giving more attention to families with children staying in rental flats. Project Dian at M-Cube will see the coordination of M-Cube outreach efforts with other government programs such as MSF's Community Link or ComLink, ECDA's Kids Start, and MOE's Uplift, including facilitating access to preschool education and ensuring that children can attend school regularly. Second, we want to help families staying in rental flats improve their employment outcomes and earn a stable income so that they can work towards buying an HDB flat. This includes helping these families utilize their SkillsFuture credits and linking them up with career counseling programs under Mendaki Sense. We also want to encourage more women to join and remain in the workforce. For Malay women who wish to continue working after marriage or childbirth, the Back to Work Women program by Mendaki Sense connects them to potential employers and prepares them to take on new jobs. Third, we will ensure that families have access to social support that can help them to grow a positive family environment. This is done through programs such as Bersamamu and Project Arif, which support newlywed couples for family life, maternal wellness, and child development. In terms of resourcing, Project Dian and M-Cube will be led by the M-Cube Engagement Coordination Office, or ECO, and tap on its existing resources. For example, ECO will equip volunteers reaching out to families staying in rental flats with the knowledge and skills to perform last-mile outreach. We welcome more who wish to be part of Project Dian at M-Cube and partner us on this important effort. Ultimately, we hope the concerted support will enable the vulnerable families to achieve home ownership. Thank you, Speaker.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I seek your consent and the general assent of members present to move that question time at this day's sitting be exempted from the provisions of Standing Order number 22.1 so as to enable the questions for oral answer to continue until the completion of question number 16, including relevant supplementary questions.
I give my consent. Does the leader have the general assent of honourable members present to so move? Aye. Leader, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding Standing Order number 22.1, questions for oral answer set down on the order paper for today to continue until the completion of question number 16 and including relevant supplementary questions.
The question is as moved by the Leader of the House. As many as of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Dr. Shahir Abdullah. Question 16.
Mr. Speaker, Money Sense is our national financial education program that seeks to raise Singapore's financial literacy. Under Money Sense, there are various initiatives, resources, and tools to help Singaporeans make prudent decisions related to their savings, housing purchase, investments, and retirement planning. This is done in two ways. First, Money Sense website and social media channels provide free, bite-sized information, starter packs, and financial tools on financial planning. Second, Money Sense offers free financial talks and workshops through the Institute for Financial Literacy, or IFL. Since March this year, the IFL has been conducting periodic Ask Me Anything Facebook live sessions, where individuals can ask trained finance professionals about topics such as estate planning and digital tools for financial planning. In addition, Money Sense collaborates with various partners to reach out and provide financial education to Singaporeans at different stages of their lives. For example, Money Sense works with the Ministry of Social and Family Development, MSF, to incorporate financial planning topics in the marriage preparation programs. This includes Muslim couples attending the Cinta Abadi marriage preparation program, where they will learn how to plan ahead by making CPF nominations and the lasting power of attorney. Community initiatives supplement these national programs to further strengthen support for the Malay Muslim community, including newlywed couples and young families. Mendaki Sense's program Bijak Belanja engages young and low-income families to empower them with financial management skills. The workshop is delivered in Malay and covers practical day-to-day management of family expenses. Topics such as home ownership, basic investment, and management of inheritance are also covered in the program. Over the last 2.5 years, more than 600 participants have benefited from Mendaki Sense program Bijak Belanja. As part of an MCube initiative, the Naib Kadi or solemnizers will provide marital guidance to newly wed couples through the Bersamamu program so that they have a good start and build a strong foundation to their marriage. Where required, the Naib Kadis will also refer couples to available community and national resources, including financial support programs. Financial support courses will also be offered to newlywed couples and young Muslim families under the Temasek Foundation program called Achieve Resilient and Inspiring Families, or Project Arif. MUIS is in discussion with Money Sense to incorporate financial planning components into this program, which is expected to be implemented next year. Religious guidance is also another way provided to the community on matters related to financial and estate planning tools. MUIS has conducted seminars and talks on managing inheritance and organized several continuous professional education or CPE training programs on wealth and estate planning for our asatiza. A free guidebook on the Islamic law of inheritance, or what we call Fara'id, covering the financial and estate planning tools that can be practiced by Muslims within Singapore's context, is also accessible online. The guidebook contains a helpful list of FAQs on managing inheritance. In addition, MUIS has issued religious rulings of fatwas to guide the community in the estate planning and decision-making. For example, the Hiba Special Needs Trust Company, or SNTC fatwa, permits trusts to be made for disabled dependents to ensure their future well-being when there is no longer a surviving caregiver. Another one, the Joint Tenancy fatwa, permits the surviving joint tenant to have full ownership of the property without the need for a transfer of ownership and being subjected to distribution of inheritance according to Islamic law. And third, the CPF nomination fatwa recognizes the permissibility of the CPF nomination instrument. Muslims can choose the CPF instrument or distribute their wealth according to Faraid, or exercise both options together. In 2012, MUIS also set up the Wakaf Ilmu, a voluntary charitable endowment for Muslims to come forward to do planned giving. The revenue generated through the investment of the Wakaf in capital guaranteed instruments and properties is channeled towards supporting Islamic education in Singapore.
Mr. Pritam Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Leader, for extending the time for members to ask supplementary questions. My question is directed to the Minister of National Development. First and foremost, thank you for that very nuanced exposition of the EIP. I think it's been the most nuanced reply that I've heard from a government minister on the EIP, considering, on the one hand, the realities of racial integration and other policies that can assist, and on the other, the fact that there are people who actually pay a price for the EIP. I have three supplementary questions. The first pertains to the request for waivers, this has been on the up. From 2017 to 2019, I understand the numbers were around 1,850 for the 3 years, 59% from the, sorry, I beg your pardon, 25% from the Malay community, 16% from the Chinese community, and 59% from the Indian and other community. And then the numbers actually cascade lower in the years before. My question is, the EIP limit for the Indian and other community, which is at 59%, or which was at 59%, the EIP limit overall was actually reviewed in 2010, and the EIP limit for that category was 10% and 13% at the neighborhood and block level, and that was increased to 12 and 15% respectively. My question is, in view of the large number of EIP appeals continuing to come from this community, and a suggestion made in 2010 by the then Minister of National Development that there would be a review around 2020, has this review been undertaken, and what are the new EIP limits, if any? The second question is actually a question for information. In 1989, when EIP was introduced, 28% of the neighborhoods had already breached the established EIP guidelines on the start date of the EIP. Over the years, this has fallen, but there is no real clarity about why this has fallen. But I'm really referring to the number of new neighborhoods that have also come about. So the percentage can be very difficult to understand. For example, in Kaki Bukit in Aljunied GRC, the neighborhood level numbers for the Malay community are still, I believe, beyond the EIP limits. And there's nothing untoward about race relations in Kaki Bukit, and I think this will be replicated in other parts of Singapore. So to this end, is the government prepared to share details on the breakdown by ethnic groups of all the HDB neighborhoods, both new and old, on an annual basis from 1989? And if it is, then we'll file the question. And finally, in response to a PQ I filed in 2013, HDB shared that it had reviewed the EIP limits for rental flats. And administratively, it adds up to 10 percentage points for the block limits for HDB rental flats. Would HDB consider a similar approach for all flats and also exercise greater flexibility at the neighborhood level as a means of loosening the EIP criteria as a compromise, or even remove precinct and block quotas in favor of a larger area of coverage? This is in view of the rising number of EIP waiver requests over the last few years, Singapore's changing demographic profile, and for policy equity considerations towards communities that are adversely affected by the EIP. Thank you.
I thank the member, the Leader of Opposition, for 3 questions. First, on the number of appeals from households from Indian or other ethnic origins, whether the review is ongoing. It continues to be so. We look at the proportions of various ethnic groups over the years, and we'll make adjustments where necessary. In 1989 versus 2020, the second question. Okay, here's the data. In 1989, when we introduced the EIP, 28% of neighborhoods had reached one or more ethnic EIP limits. So 125 neighborhoods then, 35 neighborhoods reached one or more limits. June this year, out of 173 neighborhoods, because we've been building our towns and increasing the number of neighborhoods, 14% have breached one or more ethnic limits, and that is 24. All right, so in 1989, 35 neighborhoods out of 125, and in 2021, June, 24 out of 173. So more neighborhoods as a whole in Singapore, but the number of neighborhoods hitting one or more EIP limits has come down, not just in proportionate terms, but in absolute numbers. And that is perhaps a result of a range of factors, the EIP operating including operating in new neighborhoods that are launched over the years since, but also a whole variety of factors, providing a whole range of flat types, providing for different budgets, programs that promote a sense of belonging, programs that help to integrate society together across races. So a whole range of factors may have led to that. As for rental flats, the member asked, I recall reading in 2013, the member asked, following a 2012 question he'd asked to Minister Corbin I, then Minister for National Development, and Minister Kaur said that for rental flats to accommodate the Malay households that are applying for rental housing, there would be an administrative 10% increment to accommodate. And whether we will consider that across all housing types, as I said earlier, we are mindful of the intent of EIP as a bulwark against very strong socio-economic forces born out of choices of individuals. And the EIP we need to adjust along the way in terms of looking at proportions, but it's a very important bulwark, and I hope the member agrees with me. And therefore, we look at individual cases in order to determine whether we should waive the limit, as opposed to an inexorable increase in EIP limits for all races across the board, which for some cases would bring it close to 100%. Because for Chinese, the EIP limit is already 87%. So the question is, how much more do you want to raise the cap? And in doing so, even when we allow appeals on a case-by-case basis, we are already pushing at the boundaries of what the policy seeks to achieve. Now, let me also take this opportunity to ask the Leader of the Opposition to give us a better understanding of the WT's position on EIP. And you've asked very useful questions. I looked at your manifestos, and the Workers' Party has said unequivocally from 2006 to last year that the Workers' Party wants the EIP to be abolished, and people should be able to stay wherever they want in our estates. Let me quote page 28 of the 2020 manifesto. I quote, "The ethnic quotas of governing citizens' home ownership of HDB flats should be abolished. This would address the disadvantage faced by ethnic minority HDB flats resellers. Abolishing the quota will not cause racial disharmony among Singaporeans. After more than 50 years of nation building, our society has evolved and achieved multiracial integration that has gone beyond the need for mandating proportionally mixed neighborhoods. Singaporeans should therefore be given the freedom to choose where their homes will be without taking into account race." Now, it is the same in 2015. You didn't cite the impact on minorities resellers, but you say that society has now attained a level of multiracial integration, and therefore there is no longer a need for EIP. In 2011, that's the same position, except that in addition to saying that in 2011 Singapore had reached a high level of multiracial integration, and therefore there's no longer a need for people to be mandated to live with each other across different ethnicities in our neighborhoods, Workers' Party goes on to say that the ethnic quota system also contradicts the policy of encouraging young families to live closer to their parents and prevent young Malay and Indian families from buying homes close to their parents. I would dare say that also applies to Chinese families who are constrained by EIP even if they wish to live in the same block as their parents. And that is the same also in 2006. Between 1989 to 2006, we have no record of any position the WP has taken since the EIP was launched between 1989 to 2006. So I looked at speeches made by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition as well as the Chairman of the Workers' Party and other members, and I just wanted to understand the rationale and indeed what the position is. Because in the House, there has been no clear and unequivocal position taken by the Workers' Party that you want the EIP abolished because you object to it, and that Singapore has reached such a high level of multiracialism that is no longer necessary. We, of course, take a very different view to that. And the recent incidents over the years continue to remind us of the need to keep working at it and never rest on our laurels, that we can afford to take away mechanisms that are in place through the wisdom of the generations to keep our society where it is today. So I'd like to seek some clarity. Firstly, given what I've said about the current EIP limits being strained in different locations and the experience in different cities and countries, not just in the past but in the present, what would be the Workers' Party's position? Is it your position that there won't be racial concentrations if we abolish the EIP? Or are you saying that we've reached a level of multiracial integration so that it does not matter if we have entire blocks and neighborhoods of predominantly one race? Society won't change if we have ethnic concentrations? What would your position be if you know that people go to the preschools, they go to schools near their homes, and if you have neighborhoods predominantly of one ethnic group, that will of course cascade into preschools, into our national school system. The services in the heartlands, the shops, the markets, the hawker center food choices, they will adjust to reflect the proportions of their clientele in the neighborhood. How about local jobs? The availability of local jobs and the kinds of ethnic Singaporeans who fill those jobs. And if you're concerned about diversity in workplace, in NS, in national schools, and even social mixing, and recall there was an IPS discussion about different socioeconomic classes and the concern about whether they mix, then why not at home and in our neighborhoods where we spend the vast amount of time? So I'd like to just seek the members' clarification. Thank you. It will help to advance our common understanding.
Mr. Pritam Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, that is the Workers' Party position as iterated by the Minister in the manifesto. It really is undergirded by the frustration that we sense from ethnic minorities who cannot sell their flats. And the question is the EIP the only policy among a whole gamut of policies that the government has to encourage racial integration, bearing in mind that it is a preemptive policy introduced in 1989. And we also have a hybrid system almost in Singapore where we do have places, Chinatown, Little India, where there are concentrations of a particular race, but it doesn't disturb Singaporeans, it doesn't bother Singaporeans. Now, we may take a different philosophical approach as to how the end situation will be, but I cannot speculate on one or two episodes and say that because of that we are we are descending in terms of our journey towards greater racial integration. My own sense on the philosophy behind the HDB EIP policy as it stands today, almost one generation since its introduction, is that it needs to be revisited. And it has to be revisited in the context of, and not limited to, number one, a larger national conversation on race relations in the context of Singapore today, in the context of today and tomorrow's Singapore, and separately what it means to be Singaporean. Number two, the effect of immigration into Singapore from the 1990s, after the EIP was introduced, leading to a larger Singapore family living in HDB flats that include communities outside the traditional CMIO categorization, such as naturalized Singaporeans from Myanmar, the Philippines, and non-Tamil ethnic Indians. Number three, the more common experience of mixed marriages among Singaporeans and separately between Singaporeans and non-Singaporeans, and its impact on traditional racial categorizations. Number four, of course, as is well known, and this is really the heartbeat of why the WP has taken the position it has since 2006. It was, I think, referred to as a time bomb by the PAP even then. And that is the economic loss to minorities who have to lower the market price of their flats in the name of that policy. And that is particularly painful because we hear that from many people who are in that position. And I believe Chair of the Workers' Party in the opening of Parliament for this session referred to one individual who had to sell the flat at a loss of $100,000. I mean, that is shocking. And that's really where we're coming from. And finally, a reassessment of Singapore's lived experiences which acknowledge policies and guidelines that have successfully encouraged racial integration, such as national schools, anti-discrimination guidelines at the workplace, national service, amongst others, and how these compare in today's time with the continued efficacy of the EIP as a policy tool of racial integration. So the position is this: the current policy as it stands has a larger impact on minorities, penalizing them in the pocket when they have to sell their flat. By minorities, I mean not just racial minorities, those who are affected by it, including Chinese, Malays, Indians. And this may perversely interact with the stated objective of the policy of racial harmony, thereby breeding resentment amongst those who are affected by the policy. And for that reason, the EIP as it stands needs to be reviewed. And we must always keep in focus the prospect of endeavoring towards a race-neutral society where race-based policies like the EIP are no longer needed. And in its current form, as I suggested, the EIP quotas should either be further loosened to ameliorate the prospects of further economic loss for sellers, with HDB committed to buying back the affected flat at the valuation price, or a larger geographical area representing the anchor for the EIP rather than the precinct and block quotas. And just before I conclude, my second supplementary question was not just a general question about the percentages at a broad level. It was about specific neighborhoods across time. Would the MND be prepared to release that information? Thank you.
No, I thank the Leader of the Opposition for the very clear elucidation of the party's position that it objects to the EIP and would want it abolished. Couple of responses. First, he says this is a preemptive policy, 1989. If you look back in history and over the last few weeks and months as we continue to review our policies and preparing for today's session has been a humbling experience in learning from the wisdom of the generations. It is not a preemptive policy, 1989. It was a policy that was put in place because of the lessons learned from the 60s, paid for with blood, sweat, and tears. A real pain in families grieving for lost loved ones, and a country newly formed, wrecked by racial riots and disharmony, distrust. And the efforts of HDB, not just to build homes for people who lived in slums or villages that flooded or were easily burned, but also ensuring that we learn those lessons. And in allocating new flats, made sure that in every block there was a racial mix, taking people from what were ethnic enclaves, which were a legacy of the Jackson Plan and persisted through villages and enclaves of different races, pulling them up and saying, you move into these high-rise homes in the sky, but we'll mix you. Learn to live with each other. If you talk to the earlier generation, it wasn't easy. And I think today there's still frictions along the way, but things have improved. And so it's not a preemptive policy. It's not something that we decided to put in because we were looking at other countries. We paid for it with the blood of our brethren and sisters. So that's first. Second, the member says that he, or the Workers' Party, would like to abolish the EIP because of its disproportionate impact to minorities. As I've said earlier, the EIP has its rough edges. By its very operation, it seeks to ensure that in every estate, from BTO all the way to resale, there is freedom to choose where you'd like to live, subject to balloting or price. But when it hits certain limits, and when the function of individual choices results in blocks exceeding significantly the demographic proportion of each ethnic group, then we have to kick in this bulwark and say, well, we'll have to cap it. Of course, it causes pain, minorities, but also Chinese as well. The proportion, of course, will be different because there are a lot more Chinese than there are the other ethnic minorities, and that's the reality of it. For BTO applications, in certain popular locations, say Bishan, Ang Mo Kio, you do have cases of Chinese coming up to say, look, I've been balloted, I've been asked to select, but the next day I'm told, sorry, EIP limit hit, and then the minority takes over my place. there's also unhappiness, but we explain the rationale and seek their understanding. And by and large, all Singaporeans of all races have kept faith with the broader intent of this policy. But I accept the member's point, and I accept the point that was made by many members of this House, both present and past, and looking at very thoughtful questions and speeches by both PAP MPs and MPs from across the aisle over the years, concerned about the impact on their constituents of all races, including minorities. And that is why we've been looking at it case by case, understanding the situation for each seller, looking at how long they've taken to market their flat, looking at the price they've asked for, given the market conditions, and well, if today is EIP, tomorrow or next month, perhaps there might be a change of circumstances, or after a few months, EIP may adjust because people buy and sell and the EIP may no longer apply to your block. So we look at it individually, bearing in mind that we have to be very judicious. Otherwise, the lessons that we've learned will all unravel. The member talks about a case that the chairman of the Workers' Party sought to help, and the example was raised twice as an anecdotal but real example of a person who lost $100,000 through resale. I'd like to clarify, and we've checked all the cases that the learned member had filed, and without naming the individual family, it wasn't a case of them losing $100,000. Ms. Sylvia Lim's appeal to us was that the resident told her that she got offers for her flat that appeared to be $100,000 less than what other people nearby were offered. And that was anecdotal, it was said to her. I'm not sure the member verified. We were not in a position to verify what the offers were for that flat. But in that case, HDB assessed the case holistically and agreed in August 2019 to waive the EIP for a period of time to allow the family to sell. Waiver of EIP, looking at the circumstances of the family. But the family decided not to take this offer up for other reasons and requested HDB to acquire their flat. So that was what happened. So I think we better put these cases, which are raised as anecdotal examples, to rest. Having said that, there's impact, no doubt. There's impact, and we address that through appeals. We look at and scrutinize very carefully to help the affected seller. And as we said, we continue to look at how we can smoothen the rough edges of EIP and ensure that new generation of Singaporeans who have not lived through the tumultuous early days of Singapore history continue to support measures, may not be popular measures, but necessary bulwarks to ensure that our multiracial character is in substance and not in form. The member, I'm not sure whether he's addressed my question, but because of the impact on minorities, which we've said we address through appeals as well as through continuous smoothing of the rough edges, does he still take the position that we want to abolish the EIP for that reason? And if abolished, does the Workers' Party believe that our estates will remain multicultural and representative? Or is it a case that you accept that given even current trends, there will be a lot of concentration, but that it is perfectly okay, there's no impact to our multiracial character because we have multiracialism in NS, in our national schools, in our workplaces? I've also said earlier that there will be these knock-on effects if whole estates become concentrated to all these places and platforms and spaces that the member talked about. From being common, they will be ethnic focused. Does he then say we move the EIP away from housing and put ethnic quotas in schools, in workplaces, in preschools, in markets, in hawker centers, in neighborhood shops? Or you think that it's fine that the schools and preschools and they're all ethnically focused because it's proximity, it's fine. We are sufficiently multicultural, a point you've made since 2006, that Singapore has reached such a high level of multiculturalism that we no longer need to concern ourselves with mixing people. Thank you. Well, as for the last point about the data, we'll look at what data we can provide, the granularity. It changes from month to month, but we'll see what we can provide.
Mr. Pritam Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister of National Development. I think the point really, again, is the philosophy that we want to aim towards a race-neutral society. And we continue working towards this assiduously and keeping in mind that you don't want the policy to become a barrier to that vision, to that journey to become a race-neutral society. That's why we took the position that we had. I don't believe the minister has suggested what sort of policy beyond the very helpful clarification of the anecdote. I think this is how Parliament should work. If an example is brought up, government clarifies. Beyond these cases where HDB looks at it on a case-by-case basis, we have a regime, the rental housing regime, where HDB is prepared to administratively lift block limits. So it's not as if the government, the arguments that were made by the Minister of National Development are cast in stone. There is flexibility beyond looking at individual cases and moving the boundaries. So the question I'd like to ask is, for the review that was supposed to take place 10 years after 2010, according to Minister Ma Bao Tan, what sort of schemes, changes has HDB discussed internally beyond just looking at cases on a case-by-case basis? If I have not answered any of the Minister's questions, please ask me again. I'll be happy to answer them. Ours is a philosophical point. We take the position because we want to endeavor and move towards a race-neutral society.
Those are details, important details, but I think fundamentally it's important to understand, given the government's position as articulated, that we continue to look at how we can smoothen the rough edges, and given how over the last few years you've started to see more appeals succeeding, though we recognize that that is on a case-by-case basis, providing a balm to a household, but also not quite, it's still pushing the limits further. Workers' Party still wants to abolish, and if it abolishes, the important questions about your belief about what society will be like, I think that is most fundamental. The other issues we can address, but we need to understand your position on multiracialism. Number two, the importance of these bulwarks to ensure multiracialism. Number three, your position on CMIO. You've talked about a race-blind society, a race-neutral, a race-blind, multicultural society. But yet, over the years we've been tracking, Workers' Party has been filing lots and lots of questions specific to individual minorities or races. And in fact, I understand member Mr. Faisal Manap had asked the PQ before, asking for assurances that we will ensure that the ethnic mix in Singapore will remain, and wants to keep a very close eye on ethnic issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to ask a clarification of the Leader of the Opposition, because I was listening to his response. I think he had started out by saying that the EIP should be revisited. Then he said reviewed. He then mentioned that in their manifesto they took a philosophical position. But I'm sorry, because I still don't know what the WP's position is. So could the Leader of the Opposition clarify? Is he saying today that the EIP should be abolished? Is the answer to that yes or no? That's all I want to know. Or is he saying that it need not be abolished, we can just look to see how we improve it? That's all I wanted to understand.
Well, it's a very nice way to close off a discussion on a topic. But I'll be happy to clarify the doubts of the Leader of the House. The philosophical position remains. We aim as a society towards race neutrality. It doesn't matter what the color of your skin is. We respect each other as Singaporeans. The Singapore family is going beyond CMIO categorizations, and that's the target we need to keep in mind. That's where we want to endeavor towards. Now, the government is the government of the day. It wants to retain the EIP for reasons which I would say are not totally illegitimate. I think it's important I state that. But having said that, how do we move forward with the EIP as it is? Knowing that there are minorities, knowing that there are minority communities, knowing that there are even majority, even the Chinese community which are affected by it, is there a better way forward? And I think that's our duty as an opposition also. And half the reason why I'm asking for all that data on a neighborhood by neighborhood basis over time, annually, not monthly, annually, is to try and see for those neighborhoods where EIP limits have been breached, what's unique about those neighborhoods? Is it very different from any other neighborhood in Singapore? How do we look into those details with more granularity? And I hope that clarifies the point of by the leader, but I don't think so.
Sindrani Raja.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his erudite answer, which didn't answer my question. I think we both agree, both the WP and we agree, we do want a race-neutral society. We want a society where everybody can live happily together. It's a question of how do we get there. And one of the things that the PAP government has put in place is the EIP. The WP in its manifesto has said, abolish it. Mr. Pritam Singh comes to Parliament today and says, revisit, review, underlying philosophy, and a few other things. I just want to know, today, is the WP saying we should remove the EIP? If you are saying that we should do that, say so. But on the other hand, if you're saying that, keep the EIP, but let us improve it and ameliorate the impact on minorities, say so. And then I think we know where we both stand and where we are in agreement.
Mr. Pritam Singh.
So we still aim to remove it, but until we get there, we have to, as Minister said, even out the rough edges as much as possible. And at some point, I hope in my generation, within our generation, we reach that place where we are race neutral. Doesn't mean that races don't, sometimes things don't bubble over, but there are more important things that remind us that we're Singaporean and we ought to look beyond our skin color.
Mr. Desmond Lee.
I thank the member for that very clear position. In 2006 and all the way till last year, WP's position is that we have already reached a level of multiculturalism and therefore unequivocally call for, in 2006, election after election, for the immediate abolition of EIP. But the Workers' Party's position today in 2021 is that we still need the EIP. We work towards a race-blind society and we endeavor to reach there, and at some point, hopefully, we're not EIP. So that is a clear change in political position. I thank the member for that.
Mr. Darrow David.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My supplementary question actually takes the focus away from the EIP. And really, I would like to reference a point that was made by the Minister for MCCY, Minister Edwin Tong, earlier. Minister referenced the Character and Citizenship Education Program, or CCE, that's being taught in the schools right now. And I remember, from not just from Minister's point, but in the COS earlier this year, there was due to be a review of the CCE. So my SQ is actually for a Minister for Education. In the review of the CCE, Minister, could you share more details how we intend to incorporate the topics of multiracialism and multiculturalism into the CCE syllabus, and also how that syllabus will possibly be taught across the various platforms that may allow for a more vigorous, broader, intense debate? Second question is, will the ministry be looking into, say, for example, certain schools where perhaps the student demographics are a little bit more homogenous? I'm not just talking about, say, SAP schools or madrasas, but even certain schools which might be devoid of particular ethnicities for variety of reasons. And will the ministry then perhaps adjust or tweak the CCE to cater to teaching the topics of multiculturalism and multiracialism in these schools? Thank you.
question. MOE regularly reviews the CCE curriculum to ensure that our students are equipped with the necessary skills and keep up with the increasing complex and dynamic environment. And the last review, as the member is aware, began in 2018. So as part of the review, besides drawing from the research on character and citizenship education, we interacted with experts and practitioners on current and emerging trends, engaged community partners and stakeholders, such as school leaders, educators, and students across all levels. So we continue to review the CCE education. It's a very important part of our curriculum development for our students. So the new CCE curriculum 2021 builds on the foundation that have been laid by the previous CCE curriculum and further strengthen the focus on guiding students to build character, learn values, social and emotional competencies, develop citizenship dispositions within and beyond the classrooms. This is done through engaging pedagogies that encourage students to voice out and explore the multiple perspectives, including the national perspective and bearing in mind a common good. So we are using different pedagogy, not just top-down, not just telling them what it is, to allow them to use experiential learning. There's also a difference between the formal curriculum and the informal curriculum. It's not just in the classrooms, also through exposures like CCAs, as well as uniform groups interaction. So even as the member mentioned earlier, circumstances where there are students with different kind of profiles, CCE is not just in the classrooms. It also takes place in experiences and platforms where students interact with one another. So for example, in CCA, in national competitions, camps, leadership camps, students are exposed to other groups of students and they are able to interact with one another. The CCE curriculum also takes the age-appropriate dimension. So the primary school gets a different level of content versus the secondary school versus the junior colleges. We also ensure that we train our teachers, our new teachers, to be ready and prepared to implement the new curriculum. So the new teachers are provided with this program called the CCE in Singapore context, and so they are trained to deliver that content. Even existing teachers are also given opportunities to look at different pedagogies, because we know that students are exposed to different content in social media, and they use some of these contents using new pedagogies to excite the students, at the same time acknowledge the importance of engaging in discourse of this nature.
Ms. Nadia Samdin.
Thank you, Speaker. And I thank the Minister of State, Muhammad Faisal Ibrahim, for his response to my PQ15. And I'm really glad to see that there's increasing efforts to enhance coordination between agencies, as issues such as the potential entrenchment of community within the rental flat paradigm are complex and really will require a more nuanced and sustained approach, as well as an adequate resources to see real outcomes over the longer term. So I have 3 SQs. Firstly, are the plans for the efforts under Project Dian at M Kuasa 3 to be integrated with national efforts such as Leng, for example, and how will the duplication of these efforts be avoided? Second, given that home ownership is also closely related to other factors such as employment and family structures, is there room for Project Dian to be a sandbox for potential policy adjustments? And what sort of community assets will be integrated, given that these involve multiple agencies? And finally, I'm sure many of us will be interested in understanding what sort of outcomes the government is hoping to see from this and also the timeline. So could the MOS please share when will Project Dian be rolled out? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the supplementary questions. I will take it as a whole and try to answer her questions. So, as I shared earlier, for now, Project Dhyan will focus on outreach to families staying in rental flats and build upon the partnerships which MQ has earlier on developed with government agencies and Malay Muslim organizations. So, in essence, we will augment the efforts of the community partners and the agencies that we have built partnership so that Malay Muslim families who live in the rental flats are able to take part in programs and also receive holistic support from the programs that we have. So this includes like counseling program under Mendaki Sense, Bersamamu, Project Arif, undertaken via the focus areas of the MQ and with the support of the volunteers. So when we look at the integration of assets relating to Project Dhyan and MQ, we are looking at the institutions that we have as well as the people and the volunteers. And I'm happy to share that since MQ has started, the number of volunteers that have come on board has also increased. For example, for MQ at towns, we have about 500 volunteers that have come on board. And this also is something that we want to train them. And in addition to that, we also have volunteers that come on board. They have come on board via other programs, like those programs relating to how we support vulnerable individuals, as well as families, as well as how we support mentoring among the youths, where more than 1,000 volunteers have come on board for our youth mentoring program. And for effort like FITRA, we have about 460 volunteers as of June this year. And Mayor Fahmi is also looking at how we can increase a lot more volunteers for efforts in relating to upskilling of our people. So essentially, we are very happy that many more volunteers are coming on board. These are Muslims, Malay Muslims who have been very successful in their own life, in their fields, and they are able to contribute back to the community. And we will continue to work with them together with all the other Malay Muslim organizations, and Project Dhyan and MQ will integrate these community assets that we have to help families in rental flats holistically and inspire them to be homeowners. And in doing so, we hope to also cultivate values such as independence and resilience in these families as they journey towards homeownership. So we will launch the Project Dhyan at MQ in the fourth quarter of this year, where we will start with 3 MQ towns, namely Bedok, Geylang Serai, and Jalan Besar. So as we journey through this process, we hope that we will be able to strengthen families, provide opportunities for the Malay Muslim family, especially those in rental flats, and at the same time, give them and work with the government agencies and our partners for them to move towards home ownership in the years to come. Thank you.
Dr. Shahir Abdullah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question relates to financial planning and estate planning in Malay Muslims. So I'd like to thank the Minister for his comprehensive reply just now. I just have a few supplementary questions on it. So it's not uncommon for estates that go to intestacy to lead to familial disputes over the allocation of assets. Muslim estate planning under the Farid laws allows Muslims to plan for 1/3 of their assets. Yet today there are still many Muslims in Singapore who pass away in estate. Will the ministry consider compiling data over whether there's currently still a lack of clarity on the estate planning options available to Muslims in Singapore? And would the ministry also consider a program for older or more mature families, not just for newlywed couples or young couples, who may be less tech savvy and not as easily accessible for institutions such as mosque or Mendaki to reach out to? Thank you.
I'd like to thank the member for the supplementary question. Indeed, the problem with the IC is not so much the lack of program, but first, how do we get these programs to the people who need them most? And sometimes we have to be very creative. We have to find ways to make it attractive for them to come. I give one example. A group of lawyers under M-Cube and lawyers at M-Cube came together and they said that we want to educate our community about the same issue that the member has raised. I say, go ahead, tell me what you want to do. But they know that if they just do it themselves, call it LPA, call it Farah 8, I don't think anyone will turn up. But what they did was they brought in an ustaz, a religious teacher. They brought in a popular personality, an artist, put together a panel and say, come and talk to us. And it attracted a full house, 600 people came, and we had to keep putting in chairs because people were still coming in to see what this is about. At the same time, these lawyers also agreed to stay back after the program in case there are still questions that need to be asked. So the session went on quite lightheartedly, and although some of the questions raised were really heart-wrenching, they were addressed in a very proper and enlightening way. And at the end of the session, because the lawyers agreed to stay back to hear other issues, there were long queues because people do have issues to clarify. So we do really need to do more of this such program. I think this program has been, the program that I talked about was successful. We want to replicate it to as many towns as possible in M-Cube. And we call upon our successful lawyers who have done this or have done this successfully, come forward again, and after maybe we lift the restriction for these gatherings that we cannot have because of COVID, we can have more of this. Thank you.
Ms. Raisa Khan.
Thank you, Speaker. I have two supplementary questions to the answer to my question. Firstly, I would like to ask whether MOE will consider publishing a report on complaints of discrimination on an annual basis in the interest of accountability and raising awareness of MOE's efforts to curb discrimination. And secondly, given the wide age range of students across the different levels in our academic institutes and the confidence these students may have in providing feedback, is there a need for the ministry to differentiate the procedures according to the different levels of these students? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, to the first question of the member, whether we should be publishing the report annually, first I want to say that the incidence of this nature in schools are very low, and I don't see there's a necessity to publicize the report every year, but we take every case that has been brought to the attention of all the institutions very seriously, whether it's in the school or whether it is in the IHLs. And every report or every feedback given will be investigated thoroughly. As I mentioned in my earlier response, that we will provide every opportunity for students to raise the concerns through various channels, and every institution and schools will have its own mechanism to investigate, and we will take action against those found guilty of the alleged offences. Second question, really the differentiated, yes, I've mentioned earlier, in the schools, students can report to the leaders of the school, their teachers, any staff member that they're comfortable with. In the IHLs, in the polytechnics, in the ITEs, there are various channels that the students are able to access. More importantly is to ensure that they are able to provide the feedback in a safe environment and that they feel assured that their feedback will be taken in strict confidence. And I want to assure again that whatever feedback and incidents of racism is not tolerated in any, the incidents are not tolerated in any of the schools, and any report that we receive will be thoroughly investigated.
Ms. Cheng Li Hui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two SQs. Given what we have seen, especially in recent weeks, do we need to substantially tighten up our laws or even introduce new rules to deal with racial outbursts and discrimination? Two, I hear the Minister's points on CCA and social mixing. During COS 2021, I spoke on the need for more inter-school mixing through arts, culture, and sports programs. This is especially so for missionary madrasas and the culturally oriented schools. Does the Ministry plan to expand the current CCA or youth sports framework under the Sports SG and MOE? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'll take the first of Ms. Cheng's questions and Minister Maliki Osman will take the second. Sir, when it comes to discrimination in certain specific settings, that will be studied and we can consider. As I've said in my speech earlier, where needed, action has been taken, and I've cited some examples. Most recently, of course, there's an occasion where action was taken on the basis of breach of public nuisance. The member will also know that we have the MRHA framework, which I also alluded to. What's useful about this framework, of course, is that it provides the outer parameters, defines the framework. What's also useful about it is that members may know that it's not been used. We've not had to invoke it, which is sometimes the usefulness of having laws which define the parameters, especially when it comes to race and religious harmony and issues surrounding community harmony. So, this framework is useful, but I would stress, as I said in my earlier answer, that having constructive dialogue, having constant learning, exchanges, and appreciation of sensitivities, having the daily lived and life experiences on integration, living side by side in the manner which Minister Desmond outlined so articulately earlier. I think these are examples, and these are real lived examples of how we would like to promote integration. We also will occasionally come across differences. There will be flashpoints from time to time. The trick is to deal with this constructively, not try and stoke emotions in such already tense situations. Learn the differences. I can't pretend that we'll always get along, but the key to it is to try and find common ground. And the way to find common ground is to try and assert less personal space, less of the me-first mentality. And I think when we do that, we will find that there will be a lot more space where we can do these exchanges. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, can I just clarify if the member, her question is whether we should extend MOE's CCA offerings to the madrasas? Okay, so as a context, Mr. Speaker, I think member would also appreciate that the madrasas are not part of the national MOE education system. They are a separate education system. They're treated as a private education institution, so they're not bound by the inter-school framework. On whether we should encourage that or not, I think we have to study that very carefully. But today, there's already opportunities for the madrasa students to interact with many of our national school students through various opportunities. So, for example, we have set schools like River Valley High, working very closely with some of the madrasas. So the most important thing really is that we want to find common spaces for our students and our young people to interact in the light of our conversation today to facilitate greater inter-ethnic understanding. Although they are in separate institutions, we should continue to find opportunities for them to interact, not just through inter-school games or inter-school CCAs, but other opportunities also. Community organizations provide such opportunities also. I remember when I was the mayor of South East District, the CDCs continue to organize platforms like the Common Census for Common Spaces, where students from different institutions come together to learn more about interreligious understanding. So we can explore further opportunities for our young people to continue to interact regardless of where they are studying, and more importantly is to ensure that we try to expand the common space as much as possible.
I'll take the last supplementary question, Mr. Sitoipin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, the Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable Mr. Pritam Singh, has mentioned CMIO quite a number of times in his speech. In the light of this, can I ask our MCCY Minister, Mr. Edwin Tong, to share with us the relevance of CMIO today? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the Workers' Party has on several occasions questioned the relevance or the continued relevance of having the CMIO classification and has also called for it to be removed. Sir, but at the same time, at almost every parliamentary sitting, there are many number of PQs which focuses on individual specific races, looking at programs, outcomes, assistance. I just did a quick look. This last sitting, we have 7 or 8 such parliamentary questions, and they range from issues such as education, like Ms. Raisa Khan asked a question for tomorrow, whether there are, and I quote, any immediate and specific action plans to tackle the issue of low education levels of the Malay community. She's also asked another question for tomorrow, where she's asked the Minister in charge of Muslim Affairs, for each year from 2011 to 2020, how many Malays entered the local universities, and what is the percentage breakdown as compared to other races? Mr. Faisal Manap has also asked a question, I think in writing, asking the Minister of Home Affairs, what is the number of reports made by victims of sexual assault, asking for a breakdown by race? I think Mr. Leong Pereira at an earlier sitting asked for MOH's Screen for Life program to be broken down by ethnic lines. And I think Ms. Hertingru asked the same question for the breakdown in relation to elections. Sir, I'm not citing these to suggest that these questions ought not be answered. I think on the contrary, I think these are very important questions, and it is not wrong to do so, and we agree. And the relevant ministries will answer those questions fully. The point, though, of citing these parliamentary questions is to say that in reality, both sides of the House, and I think certainly on these examples, the Workers' Party as well, realize that it is important to look at these outcomes by segments of society. And it is only if you have the CMIO classification and breakdown that you will be able to track performance of relative segments of society, to gauge the outcomes, and to gauge ourselves the efficacy and outcomes of these programs that we have in place. So for example, the relevant ministries will give more full answer, I'm sure, in due course. But if you take some of the points raised in these PQs, we are able to say that the percentage of Malay P1 cohort going on to post-secondary education has doubled in the last 25 years. The number of Malay university graduates have doubled from 5.5% in 2010 to 10.8% in 2020. If you take the average Malay student, they were found on the PISA assessment in 2018 to have scored higher, above the OECD average of a typical Malay student in Singapore. And Malay students also outperform international students in the same PISA assessment on 21st century competencies. This gives us, Mr. Speaker, a good gauge of not just the relative performance of the segments in our society, but also on the efficacy of our programs, and allows us to look at relative outcomes, to assess where there might be gaps, and to help in targeted, specialized, curated ways. And so, sir, with reference to the point made by the member, Mr. Sito, I think these are important classifications that feed into an important outcome in terms of the programs that we make. And I would invite the Workers' Party to consider this position and perhaps to state whether or not they see the CMIO as a relevant consideration today. And I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that certainly from the nature, type, and range of questions that they have asked in Parliament, I think that would appear to be so. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Pritam Singh.
Mr. Speaker, and I should thank also Mr. Sito Ipin for asking a question on our behalf. I think we have to accept that we operate on terms dictated by the government which wins the mandate at the elections, and that has been the PAP government, and it has continued this CMIO model. I think where we're coming from is, and I believe the government is on the same page in this regard, that we want to level everybody up so that no race feels that that government policy doesn't reach out to them in a way which brings us to that destination which the Workers' Party wants Singapore to reach, of a race-neutral society. So these questions inevitably will be asked, but I think the point I want to share with Minister Edwin Tong is, to what end do we keep asking these questions? What is the end game? And I think we want a situation where we can tell that government policy is improving outcomes, especially for communities which are not doing well. But let's be clear about where we want to go with this. More than that, I think immigration after 1990 has changed the complexion of Singapore society. That are we just looking at CMIO now, or is there something a little bit more complicated in Singapore that we need to look into? A minister didn't raise the parliamentary questions I have filed for tomorrow. They are written questions. They are on the basis of the census that has been released last month. And in the census, if you look at census 2010, for the Indian community, for example, it was broken down into the minority languages, Urdu, Gujarati, I believe it was Gujarati, Urdu, more data on individual Indian community groups. But census 2020 takes a much more narrow approach. Some categories have fallen away. What are the reasons? I don't understand, hence the parliamentary question. And I do believe that there is a shift in Singapore society, a fundamental shift, and it'll be useful to know if the CMIO model needs to evolve.
Mr. Edwin Tong.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Leader of the Opposition for making those points. I think just to pick up on his last comment, to look at the outcomes and to see whether or not we can improve certain segments in society in Singapore, and to look at whether the programs help to uplift them. Would he not accept that if we are looking at how to uplift certain segments by race, which we have done, then would that not mean that the CMIO classification would not only be relevant, it would in fact be necessary to retain this distinction, at least for now, until we reach post-racial, race-blind or race-neutral society. Thank you.
I think I can agree with the eventual outcome that even Minister shares, which is to reach that that race-neutral, race-blind end. To that extent, yes. I think you have to look at how the government is performing on these indicators, and eventually, with more opposition MPs in the House looking at these numbers and figures and asking more pointed questions and even alternatives, putting up alternatives for debate and discussion, hopefully we can reach that end state, which will be beneficial for all Singaporeans, not just this generation, but those that come after us.
Senior Minister.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I had not intended to speak or ask any questions on this very important subject, but I thought that since I have a slightly more white hair than most people here who have been speaking, I thought I'd share a perspective. I would like to ask the Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition, whether he thinks that we should allow ethnic enclaves to form and just to see what happens by abolishing the EIP today and then reach a situation where we were 50 years ago, 60 years ago at the point of independence, and then try and correct it when all the problems arise, or whether we should take what he calls a preemptive, but the measures that we are taking today to avoid such a situation arising. So are we more likely to arrive at a situation where Singaporeans learn to live with each other on a daily basis by making sure that we live in an integrated way on a daily basis in our estates? Or are we more likely to do so if we allow Singaporeans to live in segregated estates? And also, are we more likely to level everyone up if we are able to identify the issues that each of the communities in Singapore may face and therefore have more targeted programs for them, or to ignore the differences which the Leader of the Opposition says we should be race blind or race neutral and just treat everybody as though they are exactly the same. And then, are we more likely to arrive at a good solution where we reach this eventual outcome, or are we less likely to do so? And Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to ask the Leader of the Opposition whether he agrees with me, because he mentioned more members of opposition in the House would lead to better outcome. I would like to ask the Leader of the Opposition whether he agrees with me that these are matters of great sensitivity and have to be handled with great sensitivity rather than be exploited for political purposes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'll deal with the last comment first. Is Senior Minister suggesting that the WP are using these episodes for political purposes? The answer, I think, should be obvious. The answer is no. We don't do that. And I think I appreciate the accolade because I think it is appropriate. In terms of the series of hypotheticals that the Minister put out, I think moving from one extreme to another extreme is probably not the best policy approach. Hence the earlier exchange we had about evolving the EIP to suit the needs of this current generation. But I hope it doesn't undermine or take away the point that philosophically, where does the WP want Singapore to go? And I don't think the PAP is very far away from this, that we all are trying to move towards a race-neutral society. And we may have different approaches of going at it. We, of course, have the harder job of trying to second-guess what is reasonable in the way we move there because we don't have the information and the broad sweep of facts that the government has. But I think by and large, we accept that we have to move forward in a way where Singapore as a country, as a society is strengthened. And that should make things clear.
SM.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I think there's a lesson to be learned here between philosophy and methods. The philosophy we can agree on. We all want a multiracial Singapore. We want Singaporeans to live together in multiracial communities, not in segregated communities. I think even the WP agrees on that. The Leader of the Opposition says so too. But how do we get there? Those are methods. Methods can be adapted and changed. But we have this same philosophy that we want a multiracial Singapore, integrated housing, well-integrated communities and schools. And we're more likely to get there with the HDB policies that we have today with EIP, rather than what the Workers' Party is proposing. In fact, their manifesto says abolish it now, although the leader of the opposition seems to have shifted away from that because he realizes that that's untenable. Are we more likely to achieve an integrated Singapore by having integrated housing, or to abolish the EIP as the Workers' Party would propose today and have segregated housing? And then how do we learn how to live together again? That's the question I have, sir. And I'm glad to hear the leader of the opposition says that we should all not exploit the issues of race and religion for political purposes. I applaud that.
Order. End of question time. Ministerial Statement. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, sir, it has been a year and a half since the start of the COVID-19 outbreak. And when the pandemic first broke out, some even thought it might be all over after a year. Unfortunately, this scenario has not materialized. We are dealing with a very tricky virus, and each time you think you have it under control, it comes storming back. So we are continuing to see rolling waves of infections around the world, driven by new variants of the virus. Late last year, we had the Alpha variant, which was first detected in the UK, and which was about 50% more transmissible than the original strain detected in Wuhan. Now we are dealing with the Delta variant. It is estimated to be 60% more transmissible than the Alpha variant. That means it's about 2.5 times more contagious than the original strain. And even countries which kept their borders tight, like China and Australia, are seeing outbreaks of new clusters linked to this variant. And so the Delta variant is fast becoming the world's dominant strain of SARS-CoV-2. It has spread throughout Asia and is now making its way to countries around the world. For example, members would have read reports of how new infections are surging across the African continent because of the Delta variant. Some countries that started relaxing their measures are also seeing new infections due to this strain. The good news is that the mRNA vaccines, be it Pfizer, BioNTech, or Moderna, offer excellent protection against severe illness, even with the Delta variant. But in places where vaccination rates are not high enough, especially amongst the elderly population, the increase in infections may unfortunately lead to higher hospitalizations, ICU admissions, and eventually fatalities. The world is unlikely to reach a point where enough people are immune to stop the virus spread before the emergence of new variants. Delta may not be the worst variant of this virus. I shudder to think what the Omega variant would look like. We must be prepared to see new strains that are more transmissible, vaccine resistant, and even able to evade current diagnostic tests. For Singapore, we can take heart that we are in a much better position to deal with the pandemic now than at the start. We have more robust public health defenses, including testing and contact tracing capabilities, which have enabled us to quickly detect and contain the spread of new clusters. We have procured enough mRNA vaccines as part of our national program and are now able to offer these vaccines to all eligible persons in Singapore. And to deal with the latest round of outbreaks, we decided there was no need to go into an economy-wide circuit breaker like what we had done last year. Instead, we adopted more targeted measures, calibrated based on the severity of the outbreaks. So in early May to mid-May, when we saw the emergence of new clusters, most notably at Tan Tock Seng Hospital and Changi Airport, and a sustained increase in unlinked community cases, we moved into phase 2 heightened alert on 16 May to protect Singaporeans and to control the spread of the virus. We introduced measures aimed at reducing transmission risk in indoor settings where people do not have their mask on and where there is a higher chance of large clusters forming. This included F&B dining in, gyms and fitness centers, as well as live arts and cultural performances. And these additional measures have worked in curbing the spread of the virus while allowing most parts of the economy to continue operating. And that's why we started to ease the restrictions from 14th of June when we moved from phase 2 to phase 3 heightened alert. And we expect to open up further from 12th of July to allow larger groups of 5 people to dine together. In line with this calibrated approach during the heightened alert, we have targeted our support measures to help businesses and individuals most impacted by the tightened restrictions. The details of the support measures have been announced previously, so let me just provide a quick summary. First, we enhanced the Job Support Scheme, or the JSS, to help enterprises retain local workers. From 16 May to 11 July, we provided different levels of JSS enhancements based on the impact of our measures on various sectors. We provided 50% JSS support for sectors which had to suspend all or most of their operations. These included F&B, gyms, fitness studios, as well as performing arts organizations and art education centers. We also enhanced support to 30% for sectors that were not required to suspend operations, but were nonetheless significantly impacted by the reduced footfall. These included the retail sector, cinemas, museums, art galleries, historical sites, indoor playgrounds, and other family entertainment centers. And to ease businesses back towards reopening, we will taper JSS support to 10% for 2 weeks from 12th of July. Second, we helped businesses with their cash flow by providing relief for rental costs. We provided 2 months of rental waiver for hawkers and government-owned enterprises, government-owned premises. And to support smaller businesses, including those in the heartlands, we extended rental support for small and medium enterprises, or SMEs, and eligible non-profit organizations through 1 month of rental waiver for tenants of government-owned commercial properties and half a month of cash payout for those who are end tenants and owner-occupiers of qualifying private commercial properties. Third, we helped individuals impacted by the safe management measures. We supported taxi and private hire car drivers through the COVID-19 Driver Relief Fund. And to further assist our hawkers who were impacted by the dine-in restrictions, we provided subsidies for table cleaning and centralized dishwashing services. We also introduced a COVID-19 Recovery Grant, Temporary, or CRGT scheme, to provide short-term support to employees and self-employed persons who suffered from sudden and significant income loss during this period. And the coverage for this CRGT scheme extends to end July. In coming up with this package, we consulted closely with workers, union leaders, and business leaders to hear their concerns and challenges. And I thank them for their understanding and close cooperation as we navigate this crisis together. The additional support measures for the period of heightened alert are expected to cost $1.2 billion. We sized the package based on what we assessed to be appropriate to meet the needs of businesses and individuals during this period. As mentioned earlier, most parts of our economy continue to operate over the past 2 months. It was not the same as the circuit breaker last year, where many activities were curtailed and literally the whole economy was shut down. In fact, many individuals and businesses have learned to adapt and pivot to new ways of working and doing business, allowing them to keep going in the face of tightened restrictions. We are also building on a strong base of support measures announced earlier this year in Budget 2021, and which are still in place. For example, we have the Jobs Growth Incentive and other measures in the SG United Jobs and Skills Package to facilitate workers moving to jobs in growth areas. We also have measures to foster innovation, help businesses adopt new technologies, and build deep digital capabilities. And we continue to have various assistance schemes for individuals and households, including the GST vouchers, CDC vouchers, and the COVID-19 Recovery Grant. Mr. Speaker, under these circumstances, I do not believe there is a need to draw on our past reserves. Drawing on past reserves is a major move. We do so only in exceptional circumstances. That was the case last year. Our economy shrank by 5.4%, the largest fall since independence. Our resident unemployment rate rose to nearly 5%. At the start of this financial year, because we were starting out on a new term, we had to draw on past reserves again to finance the continuing COVID-related measures in the budget. We are not in the same situation this time. Our economy is recovering. Our employment situation is steadily improving. On the COVID-19 front, we have improved testing and tracing capabilities, and we can now control the infection with more targeted restrictions. We have also made good progress in vaccination. Almost 40% of our population has been fully vaccinated, and we are going as fast as we can with nearly 80,000 doses being administered every day. Let me be clear, we will not hesitate to use the full measure of our fiscal firepower to protect the lives and livelihoods of Singaporeans. But we also need to be careful about the state of our public finances and ensure they are sustainable for the future. In many countries, COVID-19 has led to massive increases in debt levels, which have not been seen since the end of the Second World War. Not many people are paying attention to how all of this debt will be serviced. They may look affordable now, but will not be so once interest rates increase to more normal levels. The day of reckoning will come, and the burden will surely fall on the young and future generations. We are one of the very few exceptions to this trend of rising public debt around the world. We are very fortunate to be where we are today, thanks to the foresight and the fiscal prudence of our forefathers. When the Reserves Protection Framework was introduced in 1991, no one could have foreseen that a pandemic of this magnitude would hit us one day. But it is precisely this discipline of setting aside resources for rainy days that has put us in a strong fiscal position to respond decisively to this current crisis. We already expect to draw up to 53.7 billion from our past reserves. It's an amount which we are not likely to be able to put back anytime soon, if at all. Our expenditure in FY 2020 was the highest ever in the history of our country, and this unprecedented fiscal response has also led to the largest budget deficit in Singapore's history. Now that things are better, we should refrain from drawing further on past reserves. Instead, we will fund the support measures using resources that were approved in this year's budget. That is the responsible way to manage our finances. So we are not asking for new monies in this bill, but are seeking a reallocation of monies to fund the support package. Let me explain what this entails. About $0.6 billion out of the $1.2 billion will come from the capitalization of development expenditure under the Significant Infrastructure Government Loan Act, or CECA in short. There are two projects that meet the criteria for financing under CECA, the Deep Tunnel Sewage System and the North-South Corridor. We had set aside funds for these two projects in Budget 2021 before CECA was passed. So with CECA, we will borrow for these projects and capitalize the development from the fourth quarter of this year. So the amount that was originally budgeted to finance these two projects can now be reallocated to fund the support package. This is a one-off adjustment because CECA was passed after we started the financial year. Going forward, the amounts that will be capitalized under CECA will be incorporated as part of future annual budget estimates, and so we will not have such reallocation space in future. The remaining $0.6 billion will be reallocated from underutilization of development expenditure, mainly due to delays in projects arising from COVID-19. It doesn't mean we are cancelling the project, we still want to do the projects. And we will have to catch up on our development schedules as the situation stabilizes. So the delayed expenditure will still need to be incurred in future financial years. But in the meantime, there is some fiscal space for reallocation. And that's why I'm introducing this supplementary supply bill to effect the total reallocation of $1.2 billion to fund the support package. Mr. Speaker, the way we have gone about providing support this round, as well as our ongoing support schemes over the years, reflect our fiscal approach in supporting Singaporeans and businesses in Singapore. Even before the crisis, we have been very careful to ensure a fair tax regime for everyone. Our overall income tax revenue, both corporate and personal, as a percentage of GDP is low, at only around 6%, about half of the OECD average of 12%. For individuals, we layer on a progressive system of transfers that provides more help for those in greater need. And as we have shared in this House before, the bottom 20% of households by income, for example, receive around $4 of benefits for every dollar of tax they contribute. We also have a competitive tax regime for companies, particularly our small and medium enterprises, as they are the backbone of our economy. While there is a global movement to change corporate tax rules, which we discussed at length just now, these changes are only applicable to a select group of global companies and not to smaller enterprises. So our SMEs in Singapore can continue to enjoy low taxes. And let me share some numbers. Our SMEs, or those with turnover of up to $100 million, they comprise more than 95% of active companies in Singapore, 95%. But they contribute less than a third of our corporate income tax revenue, 95% versus 1/3. In fact, more than 50% of such companies do not pay any corporate tax at all. Besides taxes, we recognize that SMEs are concerned with business costs like rental, labor, and utilities. We do not directly offset such costs in normal times, but instead provide a wide range of schemes to help them improve productivity and build new capabilities. So from 2015 to 2019, before COVID-19, about 70% of government grant disbursements went to SMEs. During times of crisis, we recognize that lower income households and SMEs face bigger challenges, and that is why we have designed our interventions to benefit them the most. In particular, our COVID-19 support packages provide more help for SMEs. For example, about 2/3 of the $26.7 billion of JSS paid out to date went to SMEs. About 90% of the benefits from the corporate income tax rebate in the year of assessment 2020 went to SMEs. For many SMEs, access to credit is a critical lifeline to tide them through this crisis. And that's why we have supported over $22 billion worth of loans to over 25,000 enterprises through Enterprise Singapore's financing schemes since the start of 2020. 99% of the recipients were SMEs. While economic conditions have improved, such access to credit remains critical to our SMEs. Therefore, I will extend the temporary bridging loan program and the enhanced enterprise financing scheme, trade loan, for an additional 6 months from 1st October 2021 to 31st March 2022. The parameters for both schemes remain unchanged, including the government risk share of 70%. The Monetary Authority of Singapore, MAS, will also extend the MAS Singapore dollar facility for Enterprise Singapore loans accordingly. I encourage businesses to make use of this extension and other available schemes to ready themselves for the new normal. Many of our SMEs have already seized the opportunity to build new capabilities and future-proof their businesses. Take the example of Slick, which started out in 2014 as a humble neighborhood bistro in Siglap. In 2017, even before the pandemic, Slick pivoted to online ordering to reach more customers by taking up the Productivity Solutions grant. These investments paid off during the circuit breaker last year. Since then, Slick has doubled down on their efforts to go digital. They took up the enterprise development grant to develop a virtual brand for new revenue streams, tapped on the food delivery booster package, and they recently also expanded their social media marketing. And they are now well positioned for growth opportunities during this period and beyond. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, let me say a few words in Mandarin. 今年5月，政府收紧了防疫措施，并为在这段期间最受影响的国人、员工和企业提供了一系列的援助。政府会通过重新分配各部门的预算，拨出约12亿元资助这些措施。在推出这些措施时，我特别关注中小型企业的情况。中小型企业是我国经济的支柱，但他们的规模比较小，资源也比较少。在面对危机的时候，他们一般需要更多的帮助。因此，在政策方面，政府往往为中小型企业提供更多的支持。例如，中小型企业的税务负担很低，在新加坡，他们当中有超过一半不需要缴付公司税。此外，本地虽然有超过95%的公司都是中小型企业，但他们所支付的公司税只占公司税总税收的不到1/3。在雇佣补贴方面，政府目前一共发放了超过267亿元的补贴，中小型企业就获得了其中的2/3。从2020年初到现在，新加坡企业发展局的融资计划一共为25000多家企业提供了超过220亿元的贷款，其中有99%是中小型企业。为继续帮助有需要的中小型企业，我将把临时过渡性贷款计划和企业融资计划的贸易贷款延长6个月，到明年3月31日。除了这些援助，政府也将继续协助企业数码化和创新，让他们做好准备，把握后冠病时代经济复苏和增长所带来的机会。Mr. Speaker, looking ahead, the global economic outlook continues to be highly uncertain as it depends critically on the path of the pandemic. On the upside, the US is picking up strongly, while the EU is showing the beginnings of a strong recovery. Faster than anticipated global vaccine rollout and effective pandemic containment could boost growth prospects. On the other hand, there are many downside risks, including the threat of new waves of infection, which could force a return to lockdowns in some jurisdictions and a slower timeline for the reopening of borders. As a small open economy, Singapore's outlook depends crucially on these external developments. The uncertainty surrounding our economic outlook is therefore larger than usual. Nevertheless, barring unforeseen circumstances, we continue to expect GDP growth of at least 4 to 6% this year. But the recovery will be uneven across sectors. The outward-oriented sectors, which account for about 70% of our economy, are projected to benefit from the pickup in external demand. The construction, marine, and offshore engineering sectors are not short of projects, but they face a severe manpower crunch due to the COVID-19 restrictions. We have provided foreign worker levy rebates to cushion the impact and other support measures to help these companies adapt and resume work safely. But these cannot make up for the shortfall of workers. So as we reopen our borders and allow more workers to come in, we expect the outlook for these industries to improve. Likewise, domestic consumer-facing sectors like retail and F&B can expect to recover as we progressively ease our restrictions and allow larger groups to gather. But the recovery will be more gradual in some of the hard-hit sectors like aviation and the tourism-related industries. because it will take a longer time for international air travel volumes to return to pre-COVID levels. So there might be some consolidation in these industries, and we will do our part. We, as in the government, will do our part to reskill the affected workers and help them transition to other growing sectors that need manpower. At the same time, we will continue to provide targeted support for these industries to preserve their core capability and to position them for recovery, which will come when travel restrictions are eventually lifted. For fiscal year 2021, our budget position remains expansionary. We expect an overall deficit of $11 billion, or 2.2% of GDP, similar to what was previously announced at Budget 2021. One important part of the recovery process is the reopening of our borders. This is not just about GDP growth. It is, in fact, an existential issue for Singapore because we survive and thrive on our ability to connect businesses and people to the region and the world. There has been feedback from the business and investment community that Singapore might lose out to other hubs that are moving more aggressively to reopen their borders. We understand these concerns, but we are also very mindful that if we were to reopen prematurely before we reach high enough vaccination levels, we could end up with another wave of infections and worse, a surge in hospitalization and ICU cases. So our priority is to speed up vaccinations, and we have the ability to reach a very high level of vaccination coverage over the next 1 or 2 months. This will enable us to progressively reopen and reconnect with the world. We are already discussing with other jurisdictions that have effectively controlled the infection to work out travel corridors with them for vaccinated persons to travel more freely, either without the need for stay-home notice or with a reduced SHN duration. And while we will not be able to prevent occasional imported infections, a high vaccination rate and our public health defenses will prevent major outbreaks. Beyond the immediate term, we are investing in new capabilities and building ourselves up strongly for the future. We are accelerating our automation and digitalization efforts to help our businesses, especially SMEs, improve their productivity and transcend the limitations of our size and geography. We are intensifying our efforts in Skills Future to equip our local workforce with deep skills and to power our next bound of growth with a strong Singaporean core. We are creating new investments and jobs in the green economy and strengthening our position as a regional center for green finance. We are investing in R&D to be at the forefront of new technological revolutions and to spur more innovative startups and enterprises. Through all of these efforts, we will emerge from this crisis as a smarter and greener economy and a more innovative and inclusive nation. The foundations for all these have been laid in previous budgets under DPM Heng. We also convened the Emerging Stronger Task Force, co-chaired by Minister Desmond Lee and Group CEO of PSA International, Mr Tan Chong Meng, which has set out many useful recommendations to better position Singapore for future growth. We will double down on these efforts and develop new initiatives over the coming months to accelerate our progress. To achieve these goals, we will need strong partnerships across the community, private and public sectors. Our experience throughout this pandemic has shown that we are stronger and more effective when we are united and when we work together. And in this regard, I'm glad that the Emerging Stronger Task Force has prototyped the Alliances for Action, where groups of private and public stakeholders come together to identify opportunities and create new solutions. We will build on this prototype and scale up more of such private-public collaborations. To conclude, sir, I know that there is a deep longing in all our hearts to go back to how things were before the pandemic, to gather freely with our family and friends, to be able to travel freely for business and leisure, to be able to participate in religious activities and enjoy entertainment and sports events like football, although you can watch the Euro now on TV, to go about our daily lives without mask. For many people, such a way of life can seem like a lifetime ago, and they feel a sense of helplessness, not knowing when normalcy will return, if at all. I share and understand these concerns. The reality is that COVID-19 is unlikely to go away anytime soon. But with vaccination and with improvements in treatment, we can make SARS-CoV-2 look more like influenza in terms of morbidity and mortality. As my fellow MTF co-chairs and I have shared, we are preparing a roadmap for Singapore to transit to such a scenario where we learn to live normally with COVID-19. We see promising signs from countries that are ahead of us in vaccinations. Israel is one such example. Its vaccination rate is amongst the highest in the world. About 60% of its population have been fully vaccinated with the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine. It has opened up most of its economy, relaxed many of its measures. It has seen a recent rise in cases, mostly due to the Delta variant. But the new outbreaks have not led to higher hospitalization rates because of the protection from the vaccine. So for Singapore, we are targeting 2/3 of our population to be fully vaccinated by National Day. It is an ambitious target, but we are making steady progress towards it. We are also going all out to engage our seniors and get more of them vaccinated. We have already reached higher than 2/3 for our seniors, but it's not high enough, and we want to get even higher. With high vaccination rates, we will be able to reopen our economy safely. We will then ease the safe distancing rules progressively, especially for vaccinated persons, and we can look forward to larger gatherings, concerts, performances, sporting events, and eventually to travel again. Sir, this has been a long and difficult journey. We have been running this marathon together for some time. I know many are fatigued and tired, but we are seeing light at the end of the tunnel. I would like to thank once again our frontline workers and the many unsung heroes who have worked tirelessly throughout this past year and a half to support our battle against the pandemic. And I also thank all Singaporeans for your forbearance and cooperation with our safe management measures. Throughout the darkest moments of this pandemic, we have seen the Singapore spirit shine brightly. So let's move forward with renewed confidence about the future, because we will overcome this crisis together, and we will emerge as a better, stronger, and more united Singapore. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 44, I beg to move that the ministerial statement made by me be considered by Parliament.
The question is that the ministerial statement made by the Minister for Finance on support measures for Phase 2, heightened alert, and Phase 3, heightened alert, be considered by Parliament. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, to give members some time to consider my statement, I would like to adjourn the debate.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. As many as of the opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Resumption of debate, what day?
Monday, 26 July 2021, sir.
So be it. Introduction of government bills, Minister for Home Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Home Affairs, I beg to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Police Force Act.
The Police Force Amendment Bill.
Second reading, what day?
At the first available sitting in August 2021.
So be it. Minister for Health.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Health, I beg to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Dental Registration Act.
The Dental Registration Amendment Bill.
Second reading, what day?
At the first available sitting in August 2021, sir.
So be it. Minister for Social and Family Development.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Social and Family Development, I signify that the President's recommendation for the introduction of this bill has been obtained, and I beg to introduce a bill entitled An Act to amend the Child Development Co-Savings Act and to make related amendments to the Employment Act.
The Child Development Co-Savings Amendment Bill.
Second reading, what day?
At the first available sitting in August 2021.
So be it. Order. I propose to take a break now. I suspend the sitting and will take the chair at 5:05 p.m. Order. Order.
Order. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Item 1, Mental Capacity Amendment Bill, second reading.
Minister for Social and Family Development.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Social and Family Development, I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time. Sir, the Mental Capacity Act, or MCA, has been enacted for more than 10 years now. The MCA allows for lasting powers of attorney, or LPAs, to be registered with the public guardian. The LPA is a legal instrument through which a person, called a donor, appoints one or more persons, called donees, to make decisions on the donor's personal welfare and/or property and affairs, should the donor lose mental capacity in the future to make such decisions. The MCA also allows the court to appoint a person, called deputy, to make certain decisions on behalf of a person who lacks mental capacity but has not made an LPA. The key difference between a donee and a deputy is that a donee is appointed by the donor when he or she has mental capacity, while a deputy is appointed by the court after the person has lost mental capacity. The pandemic has shown that life can be unpredictable. We never know when events that could result in the loss of mental capacity, such as accidents and diseases, may strike. Making our LPAs early offers peace of mind for ourselves and our family. For example, Mr. Leng, a 69-year-old retiree, and his wife made their LPAs after witnessing how the LPA ensured that the affairs of their relatives with dementia were well taken care of. Mr. Francis Ong, a 60-year-old semi-retiree, also attested to the importance of making an LPA early, as this would help his family avoid the stress and costs of applying to the court for a deputyship order. He shared that because his father had not made an LPA before losing mental capacity, he was unable to manage his father's HDB property on his behalf. Instead, he had to apply to the court to be appointed as a deputy, and reflected that the process was very stressful as it was long and tedious, in addition to having to care for his father. Unfortunately, his father passed away before the deputyship application was granted. Now, he urges his peers to make their LPAs as soon as possible. Many Singaporeans appreciate the importance of pre-planning. Already, we have more than 120,000 LPAs registered as of May 2021. This is a good sign. To encourage more Singaporeans to sign up and pre-plan, we have waived the $75 fee for LPA Form 1 applications by Singapore citizens until March 2023. This means Singaporeans need not pay any application fee when making the LPAs during this period. They will need to pay for the LPA certification service, which is about $50 or less, based on rates charged by those found on the list of the top 10 most visited doctors who are serving as certificate issuers as at January this year. LPA Form 1 is the standard LPA form used by 98% of donors to confer on their donees the power to make decisions on the personal welfare and/or property and affairs of the donor. The remaining 2% use LPA Form 2, which require lawyers to draw up the specific and customized powers to be granted by the donor. In preparing for this bill, we have sought feedback from the legal and medical sectors, as well as members of the public. They have provided valuable insights, and they are supportive of the amendments that we are making. Let me draw the attention of this House to two key amendments proposed within the bill. Firstly, the bill will make it possible to create and execute LPA instruments electronically. Clause 3 of the bill introduces a new Part 3A on matters pertaining to the establishment and operations of a new electronic transaction system, OPG Online or OPGO. New subsections 5 to 14 of Section 11, which are inserted by Clause 4 of the bill, will allow us to recognize an electronic copy of an LPA registered prior to the launch of OPGO to be free from error and to be treated as the lasting power of attorney if certain conditions are met. Other transactions, such as the filing of a deputy report with the Office of the Public Guardian, will be lodged via OPGO as well. This is in line with the government's commitment to harness technology to better serve Singaporeans and so that all donors and donees can reap the benefits of going digital. We will support those who are less tech-savvy so that the gains will be enjoyed by everyone. Secondly, to better protect donors against the risk of fraud, a new Section 31A inserted by Clause 12 of the bill provides that if the public guardian has reason to suspect that fraud or undue pressure has been used to induce a donor to execute an LPA or appoint a particular person as his or her donee, the public guardian may disclose to the donor: 1. The number of LPAs which have appointed the person as donee, and 2. The number of applications that are pending before the public guardian for the registration of an instrument which appoints the person as donee. LPAs today are made and executed in hard copy. To this end, we can do better. For example, Dr. Sin Yong, a certificate issuer who certifies that a donor has mental capacity to make an LPA, shared that doing away with hard copies could reduce the hassle of passing around paper forms. Indeed, by enabling LPAs to be made online, there will be greater convenience, efficiency, and security for our citizens. Let me illustrate. First, donees will be able to accept their appointments more conveniently. Donees will not need to append their wet ink signatures before a witness or to affix physical seals on the LPAs. Instead, donees will be notified of the donor's intention to appoint them via SMS and email. They can then log on to OPGO via SingPass to accept the appointment. This is especially beneficial if donees are overseas and are unable to return to Singapore to do so. We will also legally recognize electronically signed LPAs as deeds. Currently, hard copy LPAs must have wet ink signatures appended and seals affixed by the donors to be executed as deeds. Going forward, the donor will sign the LPA using his national digital identity in OPGO in the presence of a certificate issuer instead of appending wet ink signatures and affixing seals. Certificate issuers can be accredited medical practitioners, practicing lawyers, and registered psychiatrists. The new Section 12A of the Act, inserted by Clause 6 of the bill, sets out the requirements for the LPA to be executed electronically as a deed. Second, digitalization will cut the time taken to complete and register an LPA. With built-in systems checks and validations, most online LPA applications can be immediately processed upon submission. This is a substantial time saving compared to the current 3 weeks processing time. A handful of cases may require manual processing, and that will take about 8 working days. To be clear, there will still be a 3-week waiting period, allowing for any objection to the registration of the LPA to be raised. This 3-week window starts from the date the public guardian notifies the donee or donees of the acceptance of the donor's application to register the LPA. If there are no objections at the end of this 3-week waiting period, the public guardian will register the LPA instrument. On a related note, we will also tap on SingPass to retrieve personal information via MyInfo. This auto-populates the donor's particulars into the online LPA, thus increasing the ease of making an LPA. Third, robust measures ensure that LPA is properly made by the donor and not by an impersonator. In this regard, we have retained the critical requirement for the donor to execute the LPA before a certificate issuer. Under paragraph 21E of the first schedule to the Act, the certificate issuer will need to certify that the donor understands the purpose of the LPA and the scope of the authority conferred under it, and the donor is not under undue pressure or duress to make the LPA, and that there's nothing else that will prevent the LPA from being created. The certificate issuer must be satisfied that these conditions are fulfilled before the certificate issuer may certify the LPA. Both the donor and the certificate issuer will sign using a secure electronic signature, which is enabled by the National Digital Identity before submitting it online for processing. Electronic LPAs that are easily retrievable will also reduce the risk of damaging or misplacing hard copy LPAs. Finally, OPGO will serve as a one-stop electronic transaction system for all transactions with the Office of the Public Guardian. Donors and donees will be able to easily access the registered LPA in OPGO. When transacting with third parties on behalf of a donor, donees may request for the Office of the Public Guardian to send an electronic copy of the LPA to the third party. This assures third parties that the LPA is indeed the true and latest version. Additionally, individuals will be able to conduct online LPA searches and, subject to approval, request for certified true copies of the registered LPAs via OPGO. Filing deputyship reports will also be made easier via OPGO. For example, deputies can use an online finance tracker to manage the incapacitated person's income and expenses. Certain fields in the reports will also be pre-filled with information from court documents, the previous year's report, and the finance tracker. Deputies will not have to manually complete their reports or compile their supporting documents. Instead, they can focus on caring for the incapacitated loved ones. We want all donors and donees to benefit from digitalization, and this includes those who have registered the LPAs before the launch of OPGO. The Office of the Public Guardian will make available electronic copies of all existing LPAs on OPGO. The risk of error in transferring these existing LPAs onto OPGO is low, as there is needed extraction nor entry of new data. Nevertheless, we will send a notice to all existing donors and donees via registered post, requiring them to verify the accuracy of the electronic copy on OPGO against their registered LPA. Under the new Section 11.7, they will be given 90 days after the date of notice to notify the Public Guardian of any error. If the donor has lost mental capacity, any donee may notify the Public Guardian on his or her behalf. Under the new Section 11.12, if the Public Guardian is not notified of an error, the electronic copy will be treated as the LPA after the end of the 90-day period. And if there's a notification of error within the 90-day period, the electronic copy will be treated as the LPA on the 91st day or the day on which the Public Guardian rectifies the error, whichever is later. This is to allow donors and donees to fully benefit from having the entire 90-day period to notify the Public Guardian of any error. I would like to assure members that errors discovered after the 90-day period can still be rectified by the Public Guardian. This is provided for under the new Section 15A of the Act, which is inserted by Clause 9 of the bill. Nevertheless, I encourage and I strongly encourage all donees and donors to make the necessary verifications within the 90-day period. Under paragraphs 7.4, 17, 18, 19, and 20 of the amended first schedule, substituted by Clause 17 of the bill, the Public Guardian is required to attach a note to an LPA on the occurrence of certain events. Such events include the bankruptcy of the donee, which terminates the donee's authority in relation to property and affairs, and the donee's loss of mental capacity, which terminates the donee's appointment. All such notes will be attached to the electronic copy of the LPA in OPGO. As such, the electronic copy of the LPA in OPGO will be the most up-to-date copy. Third parties transacting with donees should ask for the electronic copy when verifying the donee's authority. The Office of the Public Guardian will send the electronic copy to the third party through OPGO and upon the donee's request. In the unlikely event that there's an error in the electronic copy, the new Section 16A of the Act, which is inserted by Clause 10 of the bill, protects the donee if she or he had relied on the electronic copy without knowing of the error, and protects any third party if the third party had transacted in good faith and without knowledge of the error. Let me now turn to an amendment that aims to enhance the protection of donors. There had been concerns about the exploitative behavior of donees in past discussions of the MCA. Such cases form a very small minority, and we had amended the MCA in 2016 to put in place preemptive actions. For example, the court may, under the existing Section 36A3 of the Act, suspend the donee or deputy's powers if he or she has engaged in conduct affecting his or her suitability to be a donee or deputy, and there's a risk of dissipation of the incapacitated person's assets. But we can do more to protect the donors proactively, even before an LPA is registered. There may be rare instances where a person attempts to unduly influence many donors to appoint him or her as their donee. The donee may stand to gain if any or all of the donors lose their capacity. Some donees may also fail to disclose their multiple appointments to donors, who might take that into consideration. To safeguard against such risks, the new Section 31A of the Act, which is inserted by Clause 12 of the bill, allows the public guardian to interview the donor and disclose certain information if she suspects that fraud or undue pressure has been used to induce the donor to make an LPA or appoint a person to be his or her donee. Only the number of LPAs for which the prospective donee has already been appointed or intends to be appointed may be disclosed. No other confidential information, such as the names of the other donors, will be given. However, this alone should suffice for the donor to pause and reconsider the choice of his or her donee. Further, if the public guardian has reason to suspect that fraud or undue pressure has indeed taken place, she may exercise her supervisory and investigative functions, for instance, by applying to the court under the existing Section 17 of the Act to determine if the LPA should still be registered. This amendment will not apply retrospectively to LPAs registered prior to the amendment. I'm mindful that some of us may be less comfortable navigating online services. MSF will provide support and work with our community partners to ensure that assistance is readily available. Today, almost 90% of the donees are the donor's immediate family members, of which more than 60% are below 50 years old. This is promising, as it indicates that family support is strong, with many donees often helping their older relatives fill up the hard copy LPAs. As we roll out OPGO later this year, I'm confident that many Singaporeans will continue to rely on their family to assist with the LPA applications online. To facilitate this, we have designed OPGO to leverage the multi-user SMS two-factor authentication, or 2FA service, provided by SingPass. Elderly users who do not know how to log on to OPGO via SingPass may opt for the SMS one-time PIN, or OTP, to be sent to the child's mobile phone number. The child would then be able to help the elderly log on to OPGO via SingPass. We will make OPGO as user-friendly as possible. Videos and resource guides will be incorporated into the system to guide users in the completion of the LPAs online. This includes text-to-speech functions for the visually impaired. The online guides, videos, and instructions will also be made available in vernacular languages. Members of the public who need help may also set up an appointment for one-on-one consultation at the Office of the Public Guardian. We will work closely with our partners to ensure that help is accessible at various community touchpoints. Individuals may approach the nearest Citizen Connect Centre, located at selected community centres, or the Public Service Centre, PSC, at our Tampines hub. We also welcome other community partners to work with us to bring more on board as we begin this digitalization journey. Electronic submissions of LPA applications will be the norm to ensure that the public reaps the full benefits of digitalization. But there may be exceptional circumstances that warrant the use of a hard copy form, which are specified in the new Section 10C2 of the Act, inserted by Clause 3 of the bill. For example, where personal circumstances or physical disability of the donor and or donee results in their inability to make or sign the instrument using OPGO. Other instances include cases where the donor or donee is ineligible for a SingPass account if he or she is not a Singapore citizen, permanent resident, or long-term resident. We will also allow hard copy submissions if there's a severe and prolonged system outage. Sir, the pandemic has highlighted the importance of pre-planning for exigencies. This includes the very real risk that we may one day lose our mental capacity. It is wise to pre-plan and have peace of mind knowing that we have entrusted our well-being to a person who will act in our best interests should the need arise. Making our LPAs early will also make the caregiving journey less stressful for our loved ones who will be spared the stressful and costlier process of obtaining a court order to be appointed as a deputy. We will work this journey with our citizens to ensure that everyone can take advantage of OPGO, and it is my hope that Singaporeans will leverage this digital transformation to make their LPAs safely, conveniently, and expediently. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I beg to move.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Mr. Seah Kian Peng.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, under the Mental Capacity Act, provisions can be made for individuals who lack capacity to manage their affairs. This bill amends the MCA so as to establish a simplified electronic process for the creation of lasting powers of attorney, which allow individuals to appoint persons to make decisions on their behalf should they lose their mental capacity to do so themselves. It is certainly a useful legal instrument that was introduced in 2010, but the number of persons who have made it is not high. As of 2018, only about 23,000 Singaporeans above 65 have made their LPA. This low number could be due to a number of reasons. One often cited is a stigma about speaking about death. Understandably, we might not be comfortable discussing the possibility that we will be unable to make decisions for ourselves. Talking about end-of-life matters is still seen as a taboo or inauspicious for some. It is human nature. We say we will do it, but most of us will procrastinate and end up not doing it. These are important matters, whether it's making a will or LPA, but we don't pay enough attention to it. Some years ago, my wife and I finally accompanied each other, and we did both. Since then, I could say so to a lot of people with stronger conviction, whether it's to friends or residents, why they should do it, and do it now, not tomorrow. We do this certainly not for our sake, but for the people that matter to us, our family and loved ones. In the long term, with an aging population, these conversations will increase in frequency, whether in public forums or private spaces. As unpleasant as the possibility may be, in the event that someone can no longer make their own decisions, an LPA empowers their close relatives to act on their behalf. For elderly individuals or couples without family support, the professional deputies and donee scheme provides a source of potential donees for an LPA. Another reason for the low numbers might be a lack of public awareness. So MSF has been promoting LPA through community centers, senior activity centers, and radio channels. However, members of the public might be unfamiliar with what an LPA entails or are confused by the decisions needed, what powers to grant donees, whether multiple donees should act jointly or separately, and so on. For this, we will need to step up outreach and publicity efforts. Although events and roadshows are a good idea, awareness tends to fade if they are not sustained over time. Furthermore, the effectiveness of in-person events may be limited by evolving safe distancing measures. Last, I think perhaps the most likely is just a lack of attention. Our bias is to ignore the long term, or to shy away from thinking about difficult topics. This cannot be fixed by more public dialogues or information and education. It requires each of us to decide for ourselves that we need to be responsible and aware of our own mortality and to prepare for it. LPA is certainly a useful instrument which deserves to be better known and more widely used. At the same time, even as we promote its use, we should see its limitations. Under the Mental Capacity Act, a donor can confer on the donee the authority to make decisions regarding the donor's welfare, property and affairs if the donor becomes unable to make these decisions themselves. Currently, the process requires hard copies of all documents and physical meetings between donor and donee. For most of us, we will find making LPAs digitally much easier and more convenient. With the amendments, parties do not need to physically meet up to sign and exchange documents. The use of SingPass also means that the user's details are automatically entered, making it more convenient for LPA to be made, while not compromising on data security. However, I do have the following concerns on the proposed amendments to the Act. First, it concerns access. We need to ensure those who are less tech-savvy are not left behind. As mentioned earlier, the elderly are a prime target audience for LPA to be made. Yet many of them may be unfamiliar with the tools or even terminology that's used. For example, they may not know how to navigate the SingPass app or website with the two-factor authentication. Well, SingPass now allows users to sign into family members' accounts. Not all elderly have family members on hand to help them. Yes, MSF will assist those who have difficulty navigating the UpGo system by making internet-enabled devices and trained staff available at community centers. This ensures that people do not have to venture beyond their neighborhoods, making the process quick and easy. However, not all CCs will have these facilities. For those who need help, traveling further to an unfamiliar place may greatly discourage them. In fact, I know it does, especially for the elderly. If help was available at all CCs, I am sure it would lead to a greater take-up rate. So I hope the ministry can consider this suggestion. Yes, I recognize more resources will be required, but I believe it will be monies well spent. Still, even with various forms of assistance and accessibility measures, the 5 steps of the UpGo process may be hard to track, with multiple notifications and confirmations. For this, giving donors a physical checklist of the steps involved and the stage they are at, similar to reminders on vaccination cards, may be useful. Next, I want to touch about scams. Besides improving accessibility with more services and applications transitioning online, we also need to watch out for scams, which are getting increasingly sophisticated. For now, there are safeguards in place, such as SingPass users being prompted to verify the authenticity of websites before logging on. However, scams are getting more complicated, with fake websites resembling other government agencies' websites being reported. We must keep our guard up and prevent such scams. Some elderly individuals or those who are less tech-savvy, they might request friends or family members to help them with the submissions. I think this is quite normal in the course of business. While the majority of such cases will be safe, there could be those who abuse their trust and appoint themselves as donee. I would like to know what safeguards are in place to ensure that the donee appointed is the one intended by the donor. Additionally, the current proposal's default setting is to treat the e-copy of the registered LPA in UpGo as free from error and as the LPA if there is no notification of any error within 90 days. While this method might be administratively expedient and helps saves time, certainly it does, given that this is such an important document, I think we should instead make it an affirmative confirmation by the donor that all details are correct. That is to ensure that the consent is active consent. The security and sanctity of the LPA are worth the increase in administrative work, in my opinion. Finally, I'm heartened to hear that there are safeguards in place should there be reason to suspect that someone was pressured or deceived into making an LPA, especially if the donor lacks mental capacity. In such cases, the public guardian can disclose to the donor the number of LPAs for which their prospective donee has already been appointed, to allow them to make a more informed decision. This safeguard, I feel, can be made stronger, and we shouldn't subject the public guardian to have such a heavy responsibility. The public guardian should not really have to exercise judgment about when to step in. Instead, as long as the donee is a multiple nominee, I think this must be disclosed to the donor. With the disclosure, the donor can then decide if he or she wants to continue making the LPA with this donee. In the long run, as we improve, assess and strengthen safeguards against abuse of process, hopefully more people will make an LPA. Notwithstanding these suggestions, I support the proposed amendments. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Ms. Sylvia Lim.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I declare that I'm a lawyer who is involved in the issuance of lasting powers of attorney, LPAs. I've also had personal experience as a court-appointed deputy of a mentally incapacitated person. So the primary purpose of this bill is to enable the Office of the Public Guardian to establish an electronic transaction system to facilitate the execution and registration of LPAs and other documents. I am generally in support of this bill, which promises to make it more convenient for the public to execute LPAs and register them, instead of needing to print and submit red ink documents to the OPG. Another group of persons who would benefit are court-appointed deputies, who will also be able to transact online with the OPG and retrieve information more easily. There are also provisions to alert donors of suspicious circumstances surrounding the intended LPAs, which are well-intentioned. Even as the move is to go online, the Ministry has decided to retain the requirement for an LPA donor to appear in person before the certificate issuer. While some have called for this requirement to be done away with and to allow donors to appear remotely, I disagree. The in-person appearance is important as it will enable the certificate issuer, whether a lawyer, a psychiatrist, or accredited medical practitioner, to make some assessment as to whether the donor is making the document out of free will. In comparison, having the donor appear online may be convenient, but online certification also carries a higher risk that there are unseen persons or forces adding pressure to the donor to execute the document. Similarly, out of caution, the government has decided not to expand the category of professions who can issue LPAs. Again, I agree that caution is warranted. We have already seen hostile litigation among family members over LPAs, with lawyers and doctors dragged in to justify their assessments of whether the donor was mentally capable or incapable at various points in time. It is prudent not to include other suggested groups like religious and grassroots leaders without much more consideration. So the bill will mandate that LPAs be executed and registered digitally from now on, and reports by deputies be filed online. As with all things digital, there are concerns about those who would find it difficult or even oppressive to do so, and how we would need to include them in the implementation of the OPG online. MP for Sengkang GRC, Louis Chua, will elaborate on this, while my colleague in our unit GRC, Leon Pereira, will offer his suggestions for some reform for the future. For my part, I wish to seek clarifications about 3 clauses in the bill: the proposed Section 10C2, Clause 12, and Clause 17.2. First, the proposed Section 10C2. This will allow the public guardian to provide alternative ways to transact with its office if the transaction cannot be carried out through the online system, and I quote, due to a person's physical disability or other circumstance, or because the system is unavailable, or for any other reason, unquote. It would be useful for the Ministry to elaborate on the scope of these exceptions. When we say a person is unable to use the system due to physical disability, are we referring to a person who cannot use his fingers to key in a digital ID, or who is visually impaired. What is the scope of the wide phrase for any other reason? Would this include, for instance, persons who are hospitalized or incarcerated? Second, Clause 12 will give new powers to the public guardian to interview the donor. The new Section 31A provides that the public guardian may require the donor to appear before him if there is reasonable cause to suspect that fraud or undue pressure was used to induce the donor to execute the LPA or to appoint a particular donee. It is further stated that one of the grounds for such suspicion is the number of LPAs registered or pending registration with the same donee. So this provision is well-intentioned but raises a few questions. Although it is stated that the public guardian can require the donor to be interviewed, it is not stated what the consequence will be if the donor does not attend. This could happen for innocent reasons like not being physically mobile. What will the public guardian do in that circumstance? Earlier, the parliamentary secretary mentioned that the public guardian might apply to court for a decision on whether the LPA should be deregistered. Could he clarify, for example, whether the public guardian might even decline to register the LPA in the first instance? Next, on what basis will the public guardian find reasonable cause to suspect fraud or undue pressure? Will the public guardian largely rely on information given to it rather than initiate its own investigations? Third, the bill specifically suggests that being a donee in multiple LPAs is a suspicious circumstance. How will this operate in practice? For example, if I am named a donee by 3 family members, will that be considered suspicious? Indeed, the likelihood of family members appointing the same donee is increasing, as many of us need to assist elderly relatives who are unmarried or childless. Finally, Clause 17.2 of the bill will facilitate the public guardian giving special approval for LPAs to be executed remotely. This may be allowed with prior approval if the public guardian is satisfied that there is, quote, good reason, unquote, why the donor cannot appear physically before a certificate issuer to execute the electronic document. Given what we have discussed about the risk of not appearing in person before the certificate issuer, it will be useful to know what scenarios are being contemplated as constituting good reasons. Indeed, the ministry has stated in its public consultation summary that exceptional circumstances will need to be shown. Could the parliamentary secretary elaborate on these circumstances? For example, does it include situations where donors are overseas for long periods of time? So I look forward to hearing the ministry's responses to my queries.
Ms. Denise Poir.
Deputy Speaker, sir, I support the proposed amendments to the Mental Capacity Act. The amendments primarily provide for lasting power of attorney, LPAs, to be made and registered online through the formation of what PALSEC calls OPGO, an Office of the Public Guardian Online Electronic System. Now, there are good reasons for this change. One, to cope with the rising LPA volume, which has increased 9-fold from 2,681 in year 2014 to close to 25,000 in 2019. Two, to enable a faster and more convenient process. The change removes the need to physically print and submit hard copies or affix wet ink seals and signatures currently needed for LPA deeds. And a third good reason, the proposed amendments provide for new features to better store, search, and retrieve electronic LPAs versus hard copy LPAs. New safeguards to check on donees and cybersecurity features are also added. Now, these changes bode well for Singaporeans who were previously deterred by the longer and more cumbersome process, and especially for those who are IT savvy who can self-help. However, I would like to highlight 4 concerns which I hope the ministry can address. Concern number 1, the underlying inertia of Singaporeans in making an LPA. So I fear that the amendments will not address the underlying cause of inertia of Singaporeans in making an LPA. Despite the encouraging increase in the number of LPAs registered, more than 20,000 annually in recent years, the total number remains relatively low compared to the population which is eligible. The data-based testimony support this concern. More than 1 million Singaporeans are above the age of 55. More Singaporeans are expected to be hit by dementia or loss of mental capacity gradually. In a 2015 study conducted by the Well-Being of the Singapore Elderly, or WISE, led by IMH, the Institute of Mental Health, 1 in 10 people aged 60 and above may have dementia. In 2018, Channel News Asia ran an article featuring more Singaporeans being diagnosed with dementia at an earlier age, an even younger age. There is clearly an increasing number of Singaporeans at risk of losing their mental capacity. There is also an inertia to take the initiative by many to apply for an LPA. So even if the expected number of LPAs is expected to rise to more than 30,000 with the proposed amendments, there is still a large pool of Singaporeans who need more than a nudge. A more aggressive and robust communications and outreach plan is in need. The current videos, for example, available to MSF and the other measures are obviously not enough. So I strongly advise the development and implementation of a comprehensive communications and outreach plan covering A, the different target audiences, their demographics and so forth, B, analysis of their communication style, their language, channels of communication, C, ways by which they can be reached through an effective mix, marketing mix or communication mix of TV, radio, print, grassroots workshops, volunteer workshops, and incentive programs. Concern number 2, the vulnerable and the need to include and protect their interests. So some members of society who most need an LPA are the least likely to apply for an LPA. They may be the less educated, not defined by one's paper qualifications, who may not understand the concept or need for an LPA. They may be the less technically savvy, who are averse to the use of SingPasses, electronic signatures, and so forth. In an IMDA survey of 2019, it was revealed that 58% of residents above the age of 60 are internet users, compared to 89% for all residents, a percentage point difference of about 30%. Then there are persons with disabilities who are differently able, and they're different. Some may have mental capacity but will still need help to understand and complete the process of LPA application and registration. Some may not pass the test for full mental capacity, as stated in the MCA in the Act. Example 2, that is to understand, to be able to retain information, to weigh decision, and to communicate. They and all their caregivers will need advice and guidance on whether LPAs are relevant or whether deputies should be appointed to protect them. There's an obvious need to seriously invest in a track for the vulnerable. I suggest that the ministry considers the following options to ensure that the vulnerable are included and protected. 1, to set up specific LPA clinics at the major community centers, staffed by trained professionals with technical knowledge and or language fluency that's required. Much like the vaccination centers, albeit at a smaller scale. These can be permanent, for bigger towns, for a longer period, or they can be mobile LPA clinics to serve smaller precincts. And the second is to consider adopting a parallel run, allowing for a coexisting physical and online system until our nation is more ready to go fully online in this matter. Concern 3, certificate issuers. One important party to the process of LPA application is the certificate issuer, or CI. The CI is a witness for the donor and certifies that the donor has the capacity to make an LPA and that there's no fraud or undue influence used to induce the donor to make the LPA. The current Act states that the LPA CI certificate issuer must be either 1, a medical practitioner accredited by the public guardian, or a practicing lawyer, or a registered psychiatrist. Just 3 professions. Findings in countries such as Hong Kong, for instance, have shown that many do not approach these professionals for various reasons. The cost or the perception thereof, of the cost, and the fear or discomfort of approaching or interacting with these experts. Now, legislation in England and Wales, of which the Singapore MCA is modeled after, provides for a certificate provider to be someone a donor knows well, so I think that's a bit broad and general, and I don't support that. But they also include professional persons, such as one of the following: either a registered healthcare professional, a solicitor, barrister, or advocate, a registered social worker, or an independent mental capacity advocate. So the professional pool is larger than that in Singapore. So whilst technical qualification is a proxy of a CI's competency, it is only one of several competencies required of a good CI. A responsible CI should be able to and is interested in detecting the donors who are vulnerable, unduly pressured, or influenced into giving power to certain donees. Why, for example, can't senior certified accredited social workers or psychologists be accredited by the public guardian? Why can't they be included in the pool of CIs so that the pool can be enlarged for the choice by the donor? So I recommend that the pool of CIs or certificate issuers be enlarged. Concern 4, and finally the final concern, families of persons who lack or lost mental capacity and are without an LPA. So as a Member of Parliament, I'm deeply concerned for my adult residents who are incapacitated due to old age or birth or accident, etc., or have become incapacitated, but they all are without an LPA. Now, they and their families who have to decide on their behalf and look after them are often clueless and helpless. I understand that a process for the application and appointment for deputies has been put in place under the existing Act. However, the low level of awareness of the need and the process remains baffling to the man in the street. Usually it is too late by the time they know about this, and the process often takes too long, leaving the family in limbo and distress. While progress has been made to encourage deputyships for clients in disability organizations, I know such as MINDS for the intellectually disabled, there is still a sizable population out there who need to know about the matters of deputyship appointments. They ought to urgently start the process of application and appointment before it's too late. Hence, I urge the government, the finance minister is not here, to allocate more resources, both financial and for ministry to allocate more time to similarly enable a faster, customer-centric and effective process for those who are now without mental capacity. Oh, Second Minister is here. Second Minister. So I urge the Second Minister of Finance who's here to consider allocating more resources for this other group. Thank you, sir. In summary, sir, the proposed amendments provide for welcome changes to an otherwise more cumbersome system. I have listed 4 major concerns and provided recommendations for the Ministry's consideration. Resources will be needed, but they will be monies and time well spent, well invested. The cost of not investing in this important life planning tool will most certainly be higher later. Deputy Speaker, sir, I support the proposed amendments.
Mr. Leong Pereira.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the Mental Capacity Act Amendment Bill makes changes to bring about the digitalization of LPA filing, changes in the filing of deputyship reports, and the modification of the donor protection framework to help curb abuse, among other things. My party chair, Ms. Sylvia Lim, has spoken in support of the bill and has posed important clarifying questions and suggestions, as will my parliamentary colleague, Mr. Louis Chua. I shall limit my speech to a few technical suggestions for future consideration. Firstly, sir, under the bill, making and submitting an LPA in hard copy may still be permitted, but only under exceptional circumstances, such as in the case of physical disabilities or if the Office of the Public Guardian Online or OPGO website is down. For example, some donors may not necessarily have physical disabilities, but may be uncomfortable with the prospect of transacting purely online over such an important legal act. This phenomenon may have been elevated by the publicity surrounding internet frauds and personal data being compromised through various data breaches. MSF says it will reach out to users in need through the Citizen Connect centers at community centers and the Integrated Public Service Center at Tampines Hub. I would like to ask, to what extent will the government preserve this option going forward of human staff to support donors at Citizen Connect centers who wish to register LPAs but who are uncomfortable with submitting the LPA purely online without any interaction with officials at a physical office? Next, sir, I would like to suggest that it be made mandatory for donees to notify the public guardian of their intention to exercise their authority to make very major decisions on behalf of donors that impact the donors' living arrangements and have major impact on their finances before doing so as to better safeguard persons who lack mental capacity from abuse. Some jurisdictions require proactive regular reports from donees or guardians, particularly those with financial responsibilities. In Victoria State in Australia, for example, administrators must submit financial statements to the Victorian Civil and Administrative Tribunal on an annual basis and otherwise as directed. The New York mental hygiene law requires guardians to report on their activities. The guardian must file an initial report no later than 90 days after being appointed by the court. In the initial report, the guardian who has been granted powers with respect to property management must document a complete inventory of properties and financial resources of the incapable person. For personal needs, the guardian must provide a plan of care. The guardian must also file an annual report and provide accounting yearly as prescribed by the court. Now, sir, we do not necessarily have to go as far as what is being done in these jurisdictions at this very early stage in the evolution of our LPA landscape, since we also have to avoid imposing overly onerous burdens that may deter persons from becoming donees. However, a basic requirement to notify the OPG when a donee exercises their powers under the Act as regards to major financial and property-related decisions and major living arrangement-related decisions may be worth considering. The definition for what constitutes such major decisions could be clearly spelt out in the legislation or subsidiary legislation. Such a requirement would provide the OPG with more information on how powers are being exercised under the Act, which would be useful for subsequent policy reviews. Such a requirement may also make the donees take the exercise of their responsibilities a little more seriously when it comes to making very major decisions on behalf of their donors. I would stress that I am not suggesting that donees be made to file detailed descriptions of every single decision they make on behalf of the donor or annual reports and so on and so forth, as this is too onerous. Lastly, sir, for the longer-term evolution of this body of law and regulation, would the government consider giving some thought to complementing our substitutive decision-making model for LPAs with a supported decision-making model in the future? Currently, the Mental Capacity Act, or MCA, adopts what can be termed a substitutive or substitute decision-making model, which differs from the supported decision-making model now encouraged by the Committee for the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, or CRPD. Substituted decision-making enables a proxy to make decisions on behalf of another person who is incapable. Therefore, the concerned individual has no right to make a decision for himself or herself unless the substitutive decision-making framework is reversed or mitigated through some form of legal action. One counter-argument to any move towards a supported decision-making model may be that the substitutive decision-making model may not be as paternalistic as it sounds right now. In the words of Associate Professor Chin Jing-ji in an article in the Journal of the College of Family Physicians, and I quote, Section 6 of the MCA defines best interests to include reasonably ascertainable past and present wishes and feelings, beliefs and values of the person, and other factors of significance. Furthermore, the MCA insists that before an act is done or a decision is made, due consideration must be made to achieve the intended purpose in a way that is less restrictive on the person's rights and freedom of action, unquote. But, sir, at best, the MCA is ambiguous as to whether it wants primarily to advocate autonomy or beneficence for the person lacking mental capacity. This ambiguity could allow for some form of interpretation in favor of supported decision-making at the practical level. But it may also make decision-making challenging for the donee, potentially leading them to err on the side of caution, meaning to err on the side of paternalism. It is known within the medical community that the best interests of patients can sometimes come into conflict with substitute decision-making. Clinicians may be left in a difficult position when best interest standards are in conflict with each other. Some argue that the role that the managing physician plays in consensus building is a potential solution. This problem is further complicated by the presence of paid professionals in the LPA system. Professional donees with little knowledge, no more than the doctor, about the donor's preferences might be more likely to employ a standardized paternalistic approach towards decision-making on behalf of the donor. So the concept of supported decision-making is relatively new and is predicated on the basic principle that most people are autonomous beings who develop and maintain capacity as they engage in the process of their own decision-making, even if at some level support is needed. In the supported decision-making paradigm, the individual receives support from a trusted individual, a network of individuals or entities to make personal, financial, and legal decisions that must be followed by third parties such as financial institutions, business, health professionals, and service providers. Depending on the needs of the individual with a disability, depending on their particular condition, the supported person will aid the individual to understand the relevant issues and information and make decisions based on her own preferences. If necessary, the person providing support interprets and communicates the individual's preferences and desires to third parties so that they can be realized. As described in a paper by researchers Davey, Bickenbach, and Stuckey, Canada is one of the leading countries in the legal implementation of supported decision-making models. For example, the Vulnerable Persons Living with a Disability Act of 1993 from the province of Manitoba. Another example is contained in the province of British Columbia's Representation Agreement Act, under which an adult can enter into a representation agreement with a trusted person or support service who is empowered to either assist that individual in making and communicating certain decisions with which he or she needs assistance, or to make decisions for him or her. Another example of a supported decision-making model is the Swedish legal mentor who acts as the individual's agent with the individual's consent. Sweden revoked its formal guardianship laws for adults with disabilities in 1989 and replaced it with this supported decision-making model. Supported decision-making recognizes that even people who have difficulty making choices, formulating decisions, and communicating their preferences can make positive choices. The CRPD committee has repeatedly called for the replacement of substitutive decision-making systems with supported decision-making systems. For example, in its concluding observations on Croatia and also general comment number 1. I wonder, in conclusion, if the government would give some thought to developing instruments in the future that would enable us to make supported decision-making a legal option that donors can select alongside the options currently provided for. Moving in this direction may better promote and protect the rights of persons who require support in exercising their legal capacity in line with what they believe to be the mental capacity, the degree of mental capacity that they have. Thank you.
Mr. Murali Pillai.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I support this bill. Death and taxes are both as unwelcome, yet both are an essential part of our lives. We have to think, plan, and eventually execute the provisions for our mortality. The amendments we debate today will enable the Office of the Public Guardian to digitalize the lasting power of attorney, LPA, process. I see this as an important first step that will provide Singaporeans and their families with better support in dealing with life's vicissitudes pertaining to loss of mental capacity, terminal illness, end of life, and distribution of assets to loved ones post-life. I made the call for digitalization of LPAs and wills on the 7th of April 2020 in this House when we were debating the COVID-19 Temporary Provisions Bill. I also made calls to modernize and simplify the probate processes for several years now. I do hope that in the near future, laypersons will be able to access digital platforms to make not only LPAs, but digital wills, advanced medical directives, and applications for grants of probate or letters of administration for straightforward probate matters without fuss, with little costs, and from the comfort of their homes. That would be real and significant progress. At the same time, I do recognize that we still have a digital divide in our community. And Honourable Member Ms. Denise Phua spoke cogently about this point, drawing from surveys done by IMDA. I therefore would like to join her and Honourable MP Mr Seah Kian Peng in their call to provide tangible support to persons who are not digitally savvy. I only have one short query, and this is to clarify the legislative policy concerning the role of the public guardian in safeguarding the donor's well-being and interests even before an LPA is made by him. This arises from the proposed amendments to give the public guardian the power to interview the donor if there are grounds to suspect there is fraud or undue influence, to induce a donor to make an LPA or to appoint a particular person to be his donee, and disclose to the donor the number of LPAs for which his prospective donee has already or will be appointed as donee on the same grounds. A number of honourable MPs who spoke before me also dealt with this provision, including Honourable MP Ms. Sylvia Lim. Let me say that in principle, I do not have an issue with the proposed amendments. I applaud the move to enlarge the public guardian's responsibilities so as to better protect the donor's interests at the outset before an LPA is made. I don't see this as an extension of duties as the PG taking over the responsibility of ensuring that the donee is a suitable person. The responsibility must sit squarely with the donor. However, I think it is good that the PG provides the necessary support to the donor in terms of giving relevant information and putting the donor on notice before he makes the important decision on the choice of his donee. My short query is in relation to why the role of the PG in safeguarding the donor's interests before the registration of the LPA cannot be expanded beyond fraud and undue influence to also include general suitability of the proposed donee. For example, it may serve the donor's interests if the PG shares with the donor information as to whether the proposed donee has any criminal convictions dealing with theft, cheating, extortion, criminal breach of trust, or an offense involving fraud or dishonesty. Such information is not easily accessible by members of public, even though these are matters of public record, since convictions are almost always pronounced in open court. Currently, the court already has a power to revoke the LPA or direct that the LPA not be registered on this ground if the conviction postdates his appointment as donee. The presumption here, I gather, is that the donor would know or act with reasonable diligence to establish the proposed donee's background beforehand. But in practice, this is not necessarily the case. We know all too often how we shirk tasks that have high cognitive tax, such as reading the fine print of contracts and policies. And I'm speaking as one who's paid to read fine print, even though I must admit I do this at work, but not at home. I would be grateful if the Honourable Parliament Secretary please clarify what is the legislative intent in circumscribing the PG's role to just matters where it's suspected that fraud or undue pressure is used on the donor. Before I sit down, I'd like to take this opportunity to join the Honourable Parliament Secretary in his clarion call to fellow Singaporeans who have not done so to make LPAs so that they can minimize the trouble to their loved ones who have to bear the responsibility of caring for them should they lose their mental capacity. I have. Thank you.
Mr. Louis Chua.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, early last month, I hosted a Zoom webinar organized by the Sengkang Constituency Committee where we shared with our residents the importance of wills, CPF nominations, and the lasting power of attorney or LPAs. Each one of these instruments play an important role in estate planning and helps provide peace of mind for our loved ones should something untoward happen to us in our lives. While we are still fortunate to be in good health and of sound mental capacity today, an LPA arguably also provides us with the serenity of knowing full well that there will be someone we trust to undertake key decisions for us should we lose mental capacity one day. I thus believe that having an LPA or will done up to provide assurances in the event of the ifs and what ifs in life is no less important than, say, the assurance of having basic health insurance plans in place, such as MediShield, for example. To which I note that with the rollout of MediShield Life in 2015, all Singaporeans are now covered for life compared to 2.8 million policyholders back in 2006, notwithstanding the general population increase since then. I was thus a little sad and frankly unsurprised, however, that based on the straw poll that was conducted during our Zoom webinar, only 5% of participants have indicated that they have done up an LPA and 6% have done up a will. Upon conducting further research, I note that up to 2020, there has only been about 100,000 LPAs registered in Singapore, and even if we exclude foreigners and base our calculations of the resident adult population of about 3.2 million in Singapore, 3.2 million people, the number of registered LPAs represents a mere 3.1% of the resident adult population. Now, I recognize that the Ministry of Social and Family Development expects more than 40,000 LPAs to be registered by year-end. But even so, based on 40,000 LPAs registered a year, this will take the equivalent of about 80 years to get everyone covered, and most of us would not be here by then. Beyond the technical amendments to this bill then, the key question I have for the Ministry is thus, do we have a target to aspire to in terms of the timeline, the number and percentage of LPA registrations in Singapore? Beyond the digitization of the LPAs and the waiver of the application fee for Form 1 since September 2014, what more is being done and how much resources are being dedicated to ensuring that we raise the awareness of LPAs and ultimately the number of LPA registrations in Singapore? Looking into the details of the bill, my first clarification is on Section 31A, which my colleague Ms. Sylvia Lim has discussed. While the new section allows for the public guardian to interview donors if there is reasonable cause to suspect that fraud or undue pressure was used to induce the donor to execute the LPA or to appoint a particular donee, I wonder if a caveat mechanism can be put in place as a preventive measure to protect vulnerable persons and prevent abuse rather than just a risk-based approach of requiring an interview where risks are identified. This could involve, for example, having a next of kin or appointed caregiver submitting a declaration substantiated with medical opinion that a person already lacks mental capacity or have intellectual disabilities, and that any attempts by the person to register for an LPA would raise an immediate red flag. My main concern, however, is that surrounding the transition to a purely electronic transaction system, the Office of the Public Guardian Online Electronic System, OPGO. I consider myself a digital native and appreciate the digitalization of paper-based processes, especially one which would involve the use of snail mail, to be a purely electronic one. But for consequential documents such as the ELD's nomination papers or residential sale and purchase agreements, for example, there is a certain degree of comfort and confidence from the tactile experience of touching and signing a physical contract. The digital divide is thus real and cannot be ignored, as can be seen from recent experiences of residents choosing a physical Trace Together token instead of downloading the Trace Together app, or the Singapore Rediscover vouchers, on which many residents have shared with me feedback on the convoluted digital process of redeeming some of these vouchers. As such, I would like to ask if the Ministry would consider retaining the option for donors to draft their LPA on a hard copy version of Form 1, if it is preferred, rather than only for exceptional circumstances. I note that for CPF nominations, while this can be done online, there remains an option for members to complete a hard copy form to be submitted at the CPF service centres as well. Further, it will also be preferable if multilingual support can be provided on the LPA form itself, while also providing a guide in all 4 official languages to walk donors through the process of registering an LPA. Looking through the guides provided by the OPG in the current website, I note that the LPA brochure guides for caregivers, donees, deputies are all available in Chinese, Malay and Tamil as well. But arguably the most important guide of all, the guide to the LPA, is only available in English on the website. I recognize that the Ministry will be assisting those less comfortable with digital services by leveraging on community touchpoints such as the Citizen Connect Centres and the Integrated Public Service Centre at our Tampines Hub. Yet even at the CCCs, my understanding is that staff will be assisting residents with performing government transactions online. As it is an important document to make, elderly residents may not be comfortable with digital forms, especially one in English, and may not wish to complete the LPA form all at one go. As friendly as the CCC staff may be, elderly residents may also wish to consult their children or other relatives whom they trust to get a second opinion on the LPA, and a physical form would better facilitate this whole process. Further, while I strongly believe that an LPA is important for adults of all ages, close to 80% of LPA donors from 2014 to 2019 are aged 50 and above, while 55% of LPA donors are aged 60 and above. The importance of having hard copies and multilingual support is thus even more important given the demographics of LPA donors today. Another interesting statistic which I observed is that from 2014 to 2019, female LPA donors have consistently outnumbered male LPA donors by a ratio of about 1.4 to 1. I wonder if the Ministry has conducted any study into why this is the case, and whether efforts can also be made to encourage more men to make an LPA. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me end my speech in Mandarin, please. 我相信，如果有一天我们因为老化或其他因素而失智，我们会希望由一个自己所信任、可靠而且有能力的人来带我们处理个人福利和产业与财务事务。既然如此，预先制定持久授权书和委任我们所信任的人作为被授权人是极其重要的。修正法案通过后，国人能够通过公共监护人办公室线上服务，线上申请持久授权书，并处理相关手续，例如提成、网上代理报告、电子付款等。一旦持久授权书实现数码化，公众注册一份新的授权书，时间将从3个星期缩短至平均8个工作日，这固然是件好事。不过，对于不识字、不懂得电脑程序的年长者，要他们上网申请会更困难。持久授权书实现数码化，也可能引出人们对电子表格的隐忧与公众信任。我从社会及家庭发展部5月份的公告得知，国人如果不上科技，能够到民众俱乐部的公民联络中心以及丹宾尼天地的综合公共服务中心，得到工作人员的协助。但是，这始终是个线上的申请表格，所以我想请问社会及家庭发展部，是否能够保留纸质的持久授权书申请表格，有如我们申请公积金提名一样，能够通过线上申请，也能够前往公积金服务中心填写表格。尤其是考虑到从2014年到2019年，近80%的授权人年龄在50岁及以上，而55%的授权人年龄在60岁及以上的单额，拥有纸质的持久授权书申请表格和多语言支持的重要性显得更加重要。最后，根据我的研究，本地成年居民目前占320万人口，而成功申请持久授权书的人只占了3.1%。我希望政府可以在这方面多加努力，鼓励更多人申请持久授权书，好让更多国人能有持久授权书的保障。谢谢。
Mr. Patrick Tay.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I rise in support of this bill which seeks to enable the digitalization of the lasting power of attorney, filing of deputyship reports, as well as enhance the protection of donors and persons who lack mental capacity. The LPA is a legal instrument which allows a person, the donor, to voluntarily appoint one or more persons, the donee, to make decisions and act on his behalf when he loses mental capacity one day. There are 3 key steps under the existing process. First, the donor must choose someone he or she trusts to make decisions and decide on the decision powers to accord to the donee. If there's more than one donee, the donor must also decide whether the donees are to act jointly or jointly and severally. Second, the donor must attend before a certificate issuer i.e. a doctor, a lawyer or psychiatrist, with the LPA, who will then sign and certify that the donor has mental capacity to make an LPA. This is a crucial safeguard in ensuring that the donor is aware of the legal implications and has not been under duress or undue pressure in the creation of the LPA. Third, the donor must submit the LPA and all relevant documents to the Office of the Public Guardian, OPG for short, by post. The OPG will then verify the documents and proceed to register the LPA if there are no valid objections. We are living in an era where almost anything and everything is digitalized. It also means things are done even faster, smarter, easier, and safer, especially with a low-touch economy. Accordingly, the proposed amendments, which seek to establish an electronic transaction system for persons to create an LPA or carry out their transactions with the Office of Public Guardian digitally, is a timely and laudable move. Even as the majority of Singapore rides the rapid waves of change in the digital sphere, and we are moving forward in this space, I wish to highlight 3 concerns which I hope to see addressed as we embark on this set of amendments. First, expanding outreach and communications. My wife and I did our LPA earlier this year, and I must say the process is not a simple one. You need to read the fine print. There's quite a number of signatures and quite documents and forms to go through. So actually my first concern is with the seniors amongst us and whether the electronic process will be a boon or a bane to them, as there are many who may not be electronically savvy and comfortable with the e-processes and may result in us losing out this group, which are precisely the ones who need to make their LPAs most urgently in case they lose their mental faculties with the passing of time and age. The question we need to address is how the electronic process will help or encourage seniors to do up their LPA. Will the system be multilingual as well as void of legalese? I understand that the Office of Public Guardian has plans to work with the People's Association, the Infocom Media Development Authority and other organizations to train and assist elderly persons. This is a step in the right direction to evangelize the importance of the LPA. In addition, the Office of Public Guardian can also partner with NTUC and the labour movement, and as well as our union leaders, to enhance the outreach to workers and union members. For a start, perhaps a special campaign can be embarked on to get all our union leaders to do up at LPA at a subsidized rate so that they can lead their way to encourage the workers and fellow members as they interact and engage with them in the workplaces and various shop floors. Second is extending support at the local level and the needy. Over in my Pioneer constituency, my community volunteer team and I had organized and conducted a Facebook Live webinar in October last year on wills, estate, and lasting power of attorney to educate our residents on this very, very important topic. We collaborated with Invictus Legacy Centre to extend a very economical and affordable package to all Pioneer residents when they do up an LPA and a simple will to the end of this year. This was well received by my residents, and many of them shared that this was useful and practical. And as of earlier this year, I know more than 300 residents have done up their LPAs in response to this special package and service for our residents. And I recall also doing this similar drive during my last term in Boon Lay constituency, where we also extended a special package, but this time to the many needy and low-income residents there staying in the rental flats. I think with this, I submit and suggest that OPG can work with the community and come up with a similar support scheme to assist low-income and needy residents to do up their LPAs. Besides waiver of the registration fee, which is a good move, support can come in the form of waiving or even subsidizing the certificate issuer charges. There can also be proper benchmarks, as now there's a spectrum of charges imposed by certificate issuers, depending whether it's done by a lawyer, a doctor, or a psychiatrist. Third is deputyship. I'm concerned for those who do not make their LPAs before losing mental capacity, and their families and loved ones must now apply for deputyship with the courts, which is a costly, time-consuming, cumbersome process, which quite a number of members of this House have already highlighted. Would MSF be making any further changes to simplify the existing procedure, which would save time, cost, and energies for all of us? I note that there's a simplified application process for restricted use of monies of $60,000 and below for certain categories of applications. Further, the amendments propose to allow the public guardian, in case of suspected fraud, to disclose to a donor that his prospective donee is already a donee to multiple donors. Does this disclosure obligation apply across the board? Or would there be certain exemptions, for instance, where the appointed donee is either a next of kin, close relative, or friend of the multiple donors? Also, if the authorities suspect that fraud has been perpetrated, what will happen to all the LPAs registered after the amendments have been passed? Sir, clarifications and concerns notwithstanding, I stand in support of this bill. Thank you.
Ms. Cheryl Chan.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, against the backdrop of changing demographics and in the spirit of digitalizing the public service, enabling the lasting power of attorney to be made electronically is indeed a welcome move, for it allows greater efficiency and convenience for the donor, donee, and the ministry. Whilst in the process of improvement and advancement, it is important that we do not forget there are risks involved. Hence, I seek clarity on the safeguards put in place and its adequacy, as well as some clarifications regarding specific sections in the amendment bill. First, ensuring robustness of the nomination process to prevent fraudulent nominations. To provide additional safeguards for donors, it was mentioned that the public guardian may interview the donor and disclose to the donor the number of LPAs for which his or her prospective donee had already been appointed or intends to be appointed. Could the ministry provide more specifics on the process and how in doing so would prevent fraudulent nominations and avoid conflict of interest for donees with multiple appointments? Further, how would the process account for and act as a preventive measure for those who are already experiencing an early onset of dementia or individuals with special needs? Regarding the process robustness, for Section 10B, subsection 1G, and Section 46, subsection 2B and D, could more clarity be shared on A, what circumstances and considerations would allow for the disclosure of this non-confidential information? B, who would be allowed the access to this information? And C, will there be any measures in place to ensure that only those permitted have access to the information and that the risk of incorrect disclosure is minimized or even eliminated? And under Section 10C, subsection 2, if more insights can be provided on what the public guardian foresees and hypothesizes that could constitute valid reasons, besides the physical disability and electronic transaction system unavailability that's already outlined, for transactions that can be carried out in the form and need not be done electronically. On Section 10D, subsection 1 and 3, in the event that the public guardian has to correct any error or omission in the register or document as a result of the malfunction of the electronic transaction system, would there be any prompt communication to inform both the donor and donee of the correction that has to be done? If so, what would be the service level agreement in informing both the donor and the donee? This is a critical point as outlined in subsection 3 that, and I quote, when an error or omission has been corrected, the error or omission is treated as not having occurred, unquote. Should there be an error made by the public guardian in the course of rectification, what possible recourse can the donor or the donee pursue? Second, to ensure sufficient reach and provision of support for the move towards electronic LPA. I think a few of my fellow colleagues have already spoke about this, but I just want to emphasize on one point. With more elderly in Singapore living alone, are there any concrete plans to assist these seniors to file for LPA if they've not done so, and to assign deputies earlier to them to better support them in their later years? I believe many of these seniors and the special needs individuals may also be unfamiliar with the legal considerations. So how can we actually better serve their needs as we pivot towards the electronic LPA? In Clause 7, amendment of the Section 13, subsection 10, would steps be taken by the public guardian to authenticate the certificate from the registered medical practitioner, ensuring that it is a true copy? Because as we go electronic in many of this documentation, sometimes inevitably there could be errors or there could be gaps. So if we're not going to do this, how can the public agencies or organizations in which the donee is interacting on behalf of the donor be assured that there is a validation process in place? And on Section 33A, subsection 3 and 4, could greater clarity be provided on the next step of action should the donor or donee raise objections to the proposed rectification or update of the register? Last but not least, the cost that's involved and the transition process towards electronic LPA. With this move towards electronic LPA, will there be any additional cost for the donor in the LPA filing as compared to the non-electronic LPA? Because in Clause 9, Section 15A, it mentions that if there's any error to the non-electronic LPA, rectification can actually be made on the electronic version. So my query is, what then would become of the non-electronic LPA? Will it be superseded? Additionally, what is the transition process for the existing non-electronic LPA filed and the impact that it has on the existing protocols related to it? Sir, the move towards digitalization of public records is an important milestone. It will help with improving efficiency of processes for records checking and cross-usage amongst authorities, and I believe this is a very welcome move. However, LPA is a sensitive document, and it deals with the matters that affect the welfare of the citizens, particularly more so for the vulnerables. Thus, it is important that we maintain a robust system, albeit electronically, which manages the affairs with great accuracy and continues to uphold the trust between the institution and the public. Notwithstanding my clarifications, I support the bill.
Mr. Lewis Ong.
So this bill represents another step in the nation's move to digitalize. A smooth transition to the new electronic transaction system for LPAs will simplify the process of making and assessing LPAs. However, if not managed well, the transition can cause more errors and put users off the new electronic transaction system. A sizable number of donors who interact with the system will be the elderly and vulnerable, who may require more guidance in navigating the electronic system. This makes it all the more important to closely and carefully manage the transition. I have 4 points of clarification on this bill on the transition process. My first point is on the rectification of relevant errors. The new section 1110 provides that the public guardian may rectify a relevant error if it is satisfied that there is a relevant error. This suggests that the PG has the discretion to rectify a relevant error, but not obligated to rectify the error. The new section 1112B2 also addresses the situation where a PG decides not to rectify a relevant error. Can PALSEC clarify under what circumstances will the PG not rectify a relevant error? In addition, can PALSEC confirm that for the 90-day period before the electronic copy is treated as being free from error, the non-electronic copy remains the LPA? Can PALSEC also then confirm that the donee and third parties are entitled to rely on the non-electronic copy in the 90-day period before the electronic copy becomes the LPA, even if there are discrepancies in the non-electronic copy, which the PG may decide not to rectify in the electronic copy? My second point is on the parties that have relied on relevant errors in carrying out transactions. The new subsection 10D3 provides that where an error or omission has been corrected, the error or omission is treated as not having occurred. The new subsection 16A2 provides that if an electronic copy of a non-electronic LPA has a relevant error, a person who transacts in good faith without knowing of the error is entitled to rely on the electronic copy for that transaction. Where a transaction is entered based on a relevant error, which is corrected, can PALSEC clarify the effect of the correction on the transaction? Does the transaction remain valid, or will the transaction be unwound? I ask this because according to section 10D3, the error is treated as not having occurred, which may mean that the basis of the transaction no longer exists and should be unwound. However, section 16A2 provides that a person is entitled to rely on the electronic copy with the relevant error in relation to the transaction, which suggests that the transaction remains valid. Can PALSEC clarify how this potential contradiction should be reconciled? Third is on the suspected fraud or undue pressure on a donor. Under the new section 31A1, a donor may be interviewed if the PG has reasonable cause to suspect that fraud or undue pressure has been used to induce the donor to execute the instrument. In addition to interviewing the donor, does the PG have the power to interview persons related to the donor or to interview the donee? In the event that the PG is of the view that there is sufficient evidence to show that fraud or undue pressure was in fact used to induce the donor to execute the instrument, will the PG intervene regardless of the donor's stated wishes? What are the steps a PG will take in relation to a donee that is suspect is using fraud or undue pressure to influence multiple donors to appoint him or her as a donee? My fourth point is on how the transition to the electronic transaction system will be implemented. The new Section 10(c)(1) requires a person to use the electronic transaction system if they wish to register an instrument to create an LPA. Section 10(c)(2) contemplates that there may be some circumstances where a transaction cannot be carried out using the electronic transaction system due to a person's physical disability or other circumstances. Can POWSEC elaborate on the circumstances under which a person may be exempted from using electronic transaction system? The elderly and the vulnerable who may use and need the LPA most may also be the demographic that face the most difficulties using this new electronic transaction system. I'm glad that the Office of Public Guardian has already shared its many initiatives and roadshows to educate and provide assistance for using the electronic transaction system. The UK has also implemented an online system for LPAs. The UK took a gradual rollout approach to their 4 million registered LPAs by opening up the system in batches to LPAs registered in different years. What are the lessons the Ministry has identified from the UK's rollout of their online system? How have these lessons been incorporated into the Ministry's and OPG's effort to ensure the rollout is a smooth one in Singapore? So, notwithstanding these clarifications, I stand in support of the bill.
Ms. Yohan Leng.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Mandarin, please. 持久授权书 LPA 对大多数的国人有些沉重，又有些遥远。总有一天，你我都会卧病在床，必须依赖信任的人，才可以继续过得有尊严的生活。既然终究要通过 LPA 委托他人为自己决定财产等人生大事，那么申办 LPA 的过程需要触手可及。在此，我必须探讨这个 LPA 数位化对国人的影响。我国对于公共服务向来都走在数码化的顶端。疫情期间，数位化也促进了我们乐龄人士对电子邮件、网络银行、视讯通话的认识和接触。然而，这不代表他们不对数位化服务无所畏惧。跨越数码鸿沟的关键往往不是知识，而是信心。我们又如何可以帮助我们乐龄人士富裕对数位化的信心？数位化的服务不能完全取代客制化的服务。数位化所带来的便利只是一种功能，是一种面对面服务的辅助。我们必须把数位化 LPA 做得好懂、好用、好信任，把被自动化的服务人性化、个人化，才能为国人全体打击强身针。In English, please. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the hallmark of a 21st century government is its ability to digitize its functions and processes. And the Singapore government has made leaps and bounds in this regards, such as the digitization of citizens' data on SingPass, payments on PayNow, and even, to many of our citizens' delight, replacing parking coupons with an app. However, Mr. Speaker, today we are here to debate the digitization of a service that's arguably of more concern to a thinner, more vulnerable slice of our society, such as the elderly, as well as adults with special needs, the lasting power of attorney. These LPAs are not a matter that should be taken lightly. While the prudent and forward-thinking make LPAs preemptively, many Singaporeans only consider LPAs as they get on with age, out of the concern that one day they may not have the ability to make proper judgments over their own welfare, property, and other personal affairs. Effectively, to make an LPA is to commit to let someone else decide what you should eat, where you should stay, and how you should live should the fateful day come that you are not able to make these decisions yourself. Sir, I have seen the trepidation which with some of my elderly residents, and even residents in their late 40s and 50s, have with their approach in their interactions with the digital world, be it creating an email, setting up a bank account, or even creating video calls with their loved ones. I recall someone I know in his 50s, early 50s, was just asking me for help with the change of a file name on a document that's stored on his phone. It is unfamiliar terrain for many, and then even for some. Understandably then, the electronic LPA system, with implications reaching further than WhatsApp video calls, may daunt many seniors who cannot find confidence and assurance to traverse the digital divide. An online system is only as useful as those who are able to find it useful and sets itself up to be an exhibit in the Museum of Digital Assets if not well implemented. Given that most of online LPA system intended audience will be daunted by fears associated with crossing the digital divide, compounded by the pressure of making an LPA while they still can, we must stand ready to provide support for using these systems. While digitization is often intended to reduce burdens on manpower, we must be willing to cross the bridges with those whom we build it for. I call on the government to make accessible support systems for those daunted by online systems in order for them to get the most out of this initiative. Crossing the digital divide is not just a matter of know-how, but in many cases is a matter of confidence. Providing a personal touch, especially on something as personal and life-changing as LPAs through social services or other equivalent means, will give our residents the encouragement, assurance, and motivation to set up LPAs over the well-meaning online system. Mr. Speaker, at this juncture, I would also like to shed some light on another vulnerable slice of our society, and that are adults with special needs and residents with mental health impediments. On the extreme end, parents or relevant caregivers assume dutyship over these individuals, making decisions on their behalf in matters akin to an LPA. However, special needs and indeed mental incapacity is a spectrum, and we find a great diversity of conditions. In some cases are more visible than others, while many other such conditions are virtually impossible to the untrained eye. Some conditions cause mental incapacities in bouts or sporadic episodes and cannot be recognized with certainty in once-off encounters. We recognize that online LPA services greatly add to the convenience of the process by reducing the need for physical appointments, even though these physical appointments arguably play pivotal roles in the ascertainment of mental capacities. Given the grave implications of making an LPA, we cannot with good faith proceed with the issuance of LPAs should there be any shadow of a doubt whether or not an individual is under pressure or has mental health impediments. We must get it right every single time. Sir, well, I am ready to place my faith in the intentions of LPA certificate issuers, medical doctors, psychiatrists, and lawyers, their ability to ascertain an individual's mental capacity at the time of issuance is actually paramount to safeguarding the integrity of the process. For example, should an individual who experiences episodes that result in delusions seek to make an LPA, how would the certificate issuer be able to ascertain that the basis on which the individual applies for an LPA is grounded in reality? Would an untrained personnel be able to make an assessment based out of a once-off interaction with a special needs adult? These are situations that are not easy even with physical interactions, and online submissions will make it even more tricky. Without additional safeguards or a transparent and rigorous evaluation system for mental capacity, the issuance of LPAs over an online system might become inconsistent at best and at worst, fail to protect the individuals it was precisely set out to protect. As we necessarily lose the personal touch of the LPA process in introducing an online system, we must conscientiously support seniors in crossing the digital divide and intentionally build in safeguards that capture the diversity of our adults with special needs. These concerns notwithstanding, sir, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Sean Huang.
Mr. Speaker, sir, dementia is close to my heart. It is very likely that each of us has a story to share about dementia. A family member or a friend. It is part of life because 1 in 10 aged 60 and above may have dementia. This is not a trivial number. The Mental Capacity Act has continuously updated itself over the years, strengthened its mechanisms to ensure that you, me, our friends and family will be taken care of with respect and dignity, held carefully in a cradle of trust. Yes, trust. And this must be so throughout our lives, more so when we can no longer make decisions, either because of dementia or because of an accident or other illnesses. As we move ahead with the roadmap to digitalize, we must ensure that we continue to build trust in the system as we embark on this journey. I applaud the effort for additional avenues for those who are less comfortable with digital services, to enable more to better understand its mechanisms and to embark on this transit. With the new electronic transaction system, some would have concerns with its security. Can the Parliamentary Secretary share further details on the safeguards that will be deployed to ensure the integrity of the process? I also understand that in the event where there are grounds to suspect fraud or undue pressure used to induce a donor to make an LPA, to appoint a particular person to be his or her donee, the public guardian may interview the donor. Can the Parliamentary Secretary share more on the measures in place and how the OPG could have detected such occurrences and take swift action to safeguard the interests of the donor? Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment.
Mr. Yip Hon Wing.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the Mental Capacity Bill amendment, which allows LPA to be drafted and amended and submitted via OPG online. Through interactions with Yio Chu Kang residents, I've encountered problems due to absence of LPA. Most recently, a resident, Mr. K, came to see me at MPS. His father suffered from advanced dementia and was in a nursing home. Mr. K wanted to sell off his father's flat to pay for his father's nursing home charges. However, he was unable to do this. His father did not execute an LPA when he was mentally capable of doing so. As such, Mr. K was stuck in limbo. To obtain legal permission, he would have to apply to the courts to be appointed as a deputy. This is both costly and time-consuming. I have proposals in 3 broad areas to enhance the bill further. First, Mr. Speaker, sir, we should make the process even more convenient for residents. I noted that the requirement for the donor to appear before the LPA certificate issuer, or CI, is retained. While I understand the rationale, this safeguard of meeting in person still presents a challenge to donors who have mobility problems. I hope that the government can look out for this group of donors. Perhaps the Silver Generation Office can be roped in to do house visits. They can help to make clarifications and arrange for a CI to certify the LPA in the comfort of seniors' homes. Some medical practitioners and law firms already offer house visits. OPG should consider including those who provide such options on their websites and in the directories of CIs. We should also consider having the process authenticated using digital fingerprints. Banks and hospitals are already doing this for their forms and transactions. This will be useful for residents who may have suffered from a stroke and have difficulty signing physical documents, or those who are illiterate among our elderly. Next, Mr. Speaker, sir, along with increased convenience, we need to make sure that there are sufficient safeguards in place. With digitization, a growing concern is the rising trend of data leaks. In this case, we are looking at potential leaks of highly personal information. It could leave donors vulnerable to online fraud or blackmail. How will the government safeguard our data? In the event of a cybersecurity breach, how can donors be assured that they will not be left to their own devices to navigate the associated issues? Separately, there was public feedback for OPG to assist healthcare professionals and providers to retrieve the LPA and donees' contact information in a timely and cost-efficient manner. Currently, healthcare practitioners may log in via SingPass to OPG's e-services portal to make a search request. The search results indicate whether the patient has made an LPA and the relevant details of the donee. As the LPA will now be digital, can an LPA be automatically updated on the National Electronic Health Record System? This is so that in the event that an LPA needs to be activated, the healthcare professional need not wait 2 working days and pay $20 just to know who to contact. I note that as part of the additional safeguards for donors, the public guardian may interview the donor. The public guardian may disclose to the donor the number of LPAs for which his or her prospective donee has already been appointed or intends to be appointed. This is in the scenario if there is suspicion that fraud or undue pressure was used to induce a donor from making an LPA or appoint a particular person to be his or her donee. Beyond this, another suggestion would be to make it mandatory for donees to notify OPG of their intention to exercise their authority before doing so. This is to better protect donors from abuse. Requiring the donee to notify OPG can act as a road bump to make some potential abusers think twice. Checks and processes could also be added to look into cases where when a Singaporean with living blood-related family members decides to appoint an unrelated person as his donee. There were 21,000 LPAs registered in 2020. Currently, 90% of donees are immediate family members. Still, that leaves 10% of them, or about 2,100 donors in 2020 alone, who have unrelated donees. According to the recent population census, more people are choosing to remain single. Some married couples are opting to go childless. As such, we will likely see more Singaporeans choosing unrelated donees due to the lack of younger relations to count on. Having such checks may prevent fraud incidents like the high-profile Madam Chung case in 2016, who appointed an unrelated former tour guide from China as a donee. The 2020 edition of LPA Form 1 requires the donor to specify the relationship of the donee to the donor. This helps to alert OPG should an unrelated donee be appointed. Hence, OPG should institute precautions when such unrelated donees are appointed, especially when LPA applications involve vulnerable groups. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, We should do more with regards to awareness and outreach to make sure more residents know about this important process. Under PAP Seniors Group, we'll be rolling out LPA awareness talks to the public, encouraging more people, especially younger Singaporeans, to make their own LPA. I wish to circle back to a point I made when I spoke on the Electronics Transaction Amendment Bill earlier this year. Digitization is merely an enabler. We should review the fundamentals of the LPA application process to ensure that it is user-centric. Although the LPA is for adults above the ages of 21, statistically, elderly Singaporeans are more vulnerable to mental incapacitation. We should therefore continue to focus our efforts on seniors. Advanced care planning, or ACP, is a critical component of aging. The LPA may be important in ensuring that ACP is properly implemented in tandem. Unlike the ACP, which is non-binding, an LPA is a legal document that appoints donees. Should one already made an LPA, it would be ideal and advisable for one's donee and the nominated healthcare spokesperson to be the same person. This is to avoid possible disagreements when making healthcare decisions on one's behalf. I hope that the government will look into incorporating ACP options into the LPA drafting process on the electronic system. MSF could work with MOH to encourage all GPs, especially those who are concurrently qualified CIs, to proactively provide packages of LPA and ACP to their patients. Both ministries should also be an integrated process, from the social services agencies, SSAs, to the healthcare institutions to encourage this effort. SSA's officers should be trained to provide this service. In the hospitals and polyclinics, they should actively highlight LPA and ACP matters to their patients. OPG should also have a central hotline to provide support for all the GPs and SSAs. LPA consultations should be made more accessible in various languages and dialects. Likewise, the new online LPA service should be made available in 4 languages. Extending this further, we should take a whole-of-government approach for outreach and awareness. Offer LPAs to everyone who are above 30-year-old like CareShield Life. We should start early because the risk of stroke and dementia are higher as we age. MSF should also work with CPF Board to see whether we can incorporate the process of reviewing one's nomination for CPF as well as LPA. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, sir, the LPA is a critical legal document. Whilst moving towards making the LPA process through OPGO more convenient is in the right direction, we need to make sure safeguards are in place and encourage greater outreach and awareness. This will benefit all Singaporeans. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the debate be now adjourned.
Question is that the debate be now adjourned. As many as of the opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Resumption of debate, what day?
Tomorrow, sir.
So be it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that at its rising today, Parliament do stand adjourned to 11:30 a.m. tomorrow.
The question is that at its rising today, Parliament do stand adjourned to 11:30 a.m. tomorrow. As many as of the opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that Parliament do now adjourn.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Mr. Joshua Raj.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I relied on a number of people to help with this motion. A Chindian woman, a Malay colleague, an Indian Muslim who wears the hijab, a Chinese SAP school graduate, something of a microcosm of Singapore. Even amongst the few of us, there were heated debates, passionate arguments, and some very emotional sharing. Sir, multiracialism is difficult, and race issues will never go away. Racial harmony is an aspiration and a project that we must consistently and unendingly work towards. And because racial harmony is about people, about relationships, all of us have a part to play, and we must do so with sensitivity, responsibility, and in good faith. As Minister Edwin Tong said here earlier today, we need a whole-of-society approach. This unending project of building racial harmony in Singapore is an unending project of engagement, communication, and calibration. And these are three thrusts that I will speak on today, which are especially relevant given the recent incidents in Singapore. The first thrust, engagement, is about the willingness to reach out, to teach, to understand and build understanding. Government bodies have played a big part in this regard, and organizations like onepeople.sg and the interracial and religious confidence circles have done great work. In addition to the efforts of government and government-related bodies, community groups and leaders also have a role that they can play. An example is the Young Sikh Association, or the YSA, reaching out to influencer Ms. Sheena Phua after she made an Instagram post describing Sikh turbans as obstructions, obstructing her view of the Singapore Grand Prix race. The YSA's actions helped turn a divisive post into something positive for all Singaporeans. And as its president, Mr. Sarabjit Singh, noted, Ms. Phua demonstrated humility, kindness, curiosity, and sincerity, and that is more important to us. And all of us have walked away as better people. Some might say that this is putting the burden of engagement on minorities and minority groups. But I would like to urge my fellow minorities not to see this as a burden, but as a unique opportunity to help strengthen our racial harmony. And, like the YSA has demonstrated, if we all choose to take this up, we will emerge as a kinder, more gracious and more caring Singapore. The new glue that will bind us together that Minister Edwin Tong mentioned on Saturday. The second thrust, sir, is communication, which entails having responsible, mature dialogue, a willingness to speak up without fear, to share lived experiences, to propose how we can do things better, and an openness to listen. Communication is about both what we receive and accept and believe, and what we put out. A lot of communication is now done online. There is a multiplicity of sources, from independent talk shows to analytical Instagram slideshows and confessions websites. This has enriched discourse, but has also spread thin the locus of public attention. Navigating these multifarious sources can be tricky. First, as regards what we receive and accept online, I would urge Singaporeans to be wary of bad actors and opportunists. Bad actors are malicious characters who seek to sow dissent between our communities, and opportunists may not be malicious, but they seek to exploit certain incidents for personal gain, perhaps some attention, perhaps a few more likes or a few more clicks. And while they may be hopping onto legitimate concerns, opportunists do not work towards resolution because they want to extract the maximum benefit from a situation and may therefore seek to exacerbate it and prolong it. And this is why they can be dangerous. This, of course, does not mean that we should be too quick to label people as bad actors or opportunists. In particular, for those who raise awareness on real issues and incidents they have encountered, commentators should not turn the tables on them and victim shame or accuse them of inciting racial disharmony. I do not think this accords with the law, and it is a cruel and unfair way to treat the original poster. It may also lead to a chilling effect that may prevent future genuine cases from emerging. Second, on information that we post, public figures like politicians, community leaders, even influencers and artists have a distinct responsibility when posting about race. I agree with fellow member Raisa Khan that, and I quote, "As leaders, we have the power to start difficult conversations, and that it is vital to frame these conversations in a considerate and accountable manner." I was also heartened today to see that both SM Teo and the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Mr Pritam Singh, affirmed their commitment not to politicize race issues. The amplifying nature of social media can propel ordinary individuals who raise issues into the national spotlight. More of these will inevitably emerge. These individuals would then also have to exercise responsibility and, in particular, must be careful about writing large their personal experiences on their whole community. The recent incident between Ms. Sarah Bagharib and the People's Association is a case in point. When I first saw Ms. Bagharib's Instagram post about PA using her photo as a standee without her consent, I thought that she had a genuine and legitimate complaint, primarily rooted in intellectual property rights. PA apologized quickly, as did member Melvin Yong, and Minister Evan Tong sent his unreserved apology and expressed dismay at the standee being used as a caricature. I had the impression that the PA was quite ready to engage with Ms. Bagharib, including on her concerns regarding larger issues she had raised, like the lack of understanding of Malay culture. But I thought that things took a different turn when Ms. Bagharib made a call for feedback before her meeting with the PA, and when her statements started looking like they were intended to be on behalf of the whole Malay community and on matters unrelated to the originating incident. Sir, it is invariably more complex to engage with a self-appointed standard bearer because even within a community, people have diverse experiences and views. And in fact, members of the Malay community did express disagreement with Ms. Bagharib's reading of the incident. One Hanafi Ahmad wrote in the Straits Times forum that he or she found Ms. Bagharib's comments unsettling. Former MP Zainal Sapari said that the incident was not racist and that the PA was true to its mission of promoting racial harmony. Other minority commentators like Mr. Devadas Krishnadas opined that these pinpoint instances should not be used as opportunities to generalize loosely or to appeal or rally minority groups into some coalition of resistance. So in a multiracial society, it is essential that individuals raise issues that affect them based on race. But these are an individual's views and experiences. They must be careful about assuming the mantle of a community spokesperson too easily. If they say, my view is not just my view, but the view of the community, my voice is the voice of the community, and I will meet you and discuss with you on this basis, then I think it is untenable. If indeed this was Ms. Bagharib's intention, then I think that the PA probably made the correct decision to disengage at that point. But this having been said, it was still an unfortunate outcome, and I still hold out hope for an ultimate happy resolution. Ms. Bagharib has since made private the account that she used to first raise this issue and put out her statements. I was saddened by this. I watched her online interview and I found her articulate and passionate. She said her motivation of raising this issue was to build a better home for her daughter, which I think is the correct spirit, even if her approach could have been different. I hope she will not self-cancel, and I certainly hope no one attempts to cancel her. And I invite her to return to the marketplace of discourse, even if not with the PA, perhaps one day with the PA, but generally as well. The third thrust of this unending project of building racial harmony is the ongoing calibration of policies, policy positions, and the law. So how should we look at policies? How can they be calibrated? And what should we expect to be calibrated? I look at some examples. Let's start with SAP schools. What is it that bugs people or some people about the SAP schools? First, it is the impression that one of our constituent races, the Chinese, has an entire educational program unto itself that benefits from state resources. I have seen comments online in response that in return, minorities have madrasas. So let me just be clear on this point first, sir, that madrasas should not be considered the minorities' equivalent of SAP schools. Madrasas are religion-based, they are not race-based, and they exist for entirely different purposes. Second, sir, there is a fear that SAP school students are an insular Chinese elite, aloof from the other races. SAP schools have origins in the Chinese education schools of old, but their contemporary purpose is to build a group of Singaporeans well-versed in Chinese culture and language to engage China, the world's second superpower and second largest economy. Language and cultural competency grant us a competitive edge. For example, my colleague who studied higher Chinese is able to read, draft, and negotiate contracts in Mandarin. This has enabled her to compete with Chinese lawyers in the Chinese market for legal work. As former MP Loh Tia Kiang said in this House, the learning of Mandarin should be part of the overall strategy of anchoring Singapore as a global Asian node, as it will help us to connect to 1.3 billion Chinese, and it is a tool of soft power. There is therefore a practical and pragmatic purpose to the SAP schools. So let's take a step back and ask ourselves, whether Malay SAP schools or Tamil SAP schools would fulfill the same purpose. Will such schools give their graduates a similar edge to compete in, presumably, India or Malaysia? My view is that it is unlikely. India and Malaysia are very different economies and societies as compared to China. For example, business is more easily conducted in English in these countries, and we also have the common language of the common law. In this regard, we should avoid a you have it, therefore I must have it to approach when looking at ethnic or ethnic-based policies. Each of the communities in Singapore is different, and policies must be designed accordingly to take into consideration these differences. The pragmatic purpose of the SAP schools aside, it is, however, a legitimate and valid concern that these students may become an insular lot. My colleague, a SAP school graduate, told me that not only did she have little exposure to people of other races while schooling, but that she also did not feel any motivation to seek out, engage, or befriend them outside of school, as they did not feature in her own lived experience. She said that she only made friends from other races when she went to university. So this SAP school experience was echoed by one Mr. Lee Yang Kai in a letter in the ST Forum published just a few hours ago. And sir, this is troubling. SAP school graduates may be expected to engage China, but they are still Singaporean and they are still part of our multiracial society. Last year, Minister Lawrence Wong updated the House that all SAP schools will eventually offer conversational Malay programs. He also elaborated on Dunman High School's Diversity and Inclusivity program, which paired students with peers from other schools, including the madrasas. Minister Maliki also spoke about such initiatives this afternoon. These are good programs, and I urge the Ministry of Education to expand on these programs, to make them compulsory as far as possible, and to ensure that SAP school students have exposure and can build meaningful relationships with all minority groups in Singapore. I also urge, sir, for more transparency on what is being done in this regard. So moving on to GRCs, my view is that the GRC system has worked well in ensuring minority representation and the renewal of minority candidates in the elections. It has ensured diversity not only in Parliament, but also within political parties. Furthermore, in a multiracial country, the perception of bias in voting on racial lines is as dangerous as the reality. It is too easy for a losing minority candidate to claim that she or he had lost due to race bias. If so much heat and noise can be generated from an incident involving a standee, and recently in the news about a waffle, and I say this without trivializing those incidents, but just imagine how much more divisiveness can be generated from claims of racism affecting elections or the electability of a minority candidate. The GRC system removes the possibility of this being claimed post-elections. And the importance of this cannot be downplayed and is a uniquely Singaporean feature of our elections. We must also take care to segmentize criticisms of a political nature from criticisms of the GRC system's function of ensuring minority representation. If there is a political concern about the GRC, then we should raise it as a political criticism. Let us not throw out the baby with the bathwater. The next question is whether we will one day see a minority prime minister, which has been a long-running topic. The way I see it, sir, the selection of a candidate to lead a political party to become PM is quite obviously a practical decision. This person must be able to hold the confidence of Singaporeans of all the races and religions in Singapore and must be able to lead the country and, importantly, to win elections. This is, however, quite different from saying that a particular group of Singaporeans may not be ready for a minority PM and that a decision should be made based on this group's sentiment. So I'm glad that Minister Wong expressed what I thought was perhaps a more calibrated, a more refined position on this. To quote Minister Wong, a minority who wants to be Prime Minister should be aware of these attitudes. It doesn't mean that he or she cannot be Prime Minister, but these are the realities on the ground. I think this position gives a very timely and needed reassurance to Singaporeans of all races. And in fact, sir, if we look at the 2016 CNA IPS survey, which showed that while Singaporeans preferred a PM of the same race, the same survey also showed that Singaporeans were accepting all above 50% of a PM of another race. So I would say that the results actually show that a minority PM could have a chance of leading a party to win the elections, and I am encouraged by this. So as regards calibration of the law, I suggest that whilst keeping our harsh penalties for race-based crime, we could also introduce a rehabilitative regime, similar to the communal remedial initiative enacted in the Maintenance of Religious Harmony Act. This will help to avoid hardening of views by offenders by building their understanding of other races and cultures. Ultimately, sir, we must look at policies and laws as a whole. If we just pluck out individual policies and critique them on their own, of course there will be much to say. But policies and laws do not exist in vacuo. The correct approach is to look at the whole, to identify gaps or inconsistencies, and to plug those. Sir, after the recent incidents, Minister Shanmugam commented that he was not so sure that racial relations were moving in the correct direction. And I think, sir, when Minister Shanmugam is not so sure about something, we should at least be a little concerned. And in fact, the recent IPS World Value Survey showed that although Singapore has the second lowest proportion of respondents perceiving racism as occurring frequently, that the frequency of racist behavior has been going up since 2012. So we still have work to do to engage, to communicate, to calibrate, and to strengthen our racial harmony. Sir, I conclude with a quote from a recent Facebook post by one Mr. Vishnu Anand. After describing several positive experiences with people of other races, he wrote, and I quote, "I understand the frustration and anger when a lot of people are currently sharing videos that call out racism or racial disharmony. But along with that, let's not forget the good stuff as well. It may seem like small things, yet in such tumultuous times, it is small episodes that assure us of our togetherness and that we are one people in this nation. United we stand, Majula." Thank you, sir.
Ms. Edwin Tong.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank Mr. Raj Joshua Thomas for emphasizing the importance of racial harmony and for reminding us that this is indeed continuous work in progress, even as we all aspire to be a post-racial society. Earlier today, my colleagues and I outlined the government's multi-pronged approach to tackle racism, racial discrimination, and also help realize our aspiration of building a society which values people equally, whether Chinese, Malay, Indian, other races, and are bound by their commonalities, enlarged by their differences. These points are equally relevant to addressing the issues raised by Mr. Thomas. At a recent seminar, Minister Lawrence Wong outlined the government's position on how our present harmony is hard-won, a result of careful thought to laws and policies over several decades. Our electoral system guarantees minority representation in Parliament, and in each political party who wishes to represent the interests of Singaporeans. And no political party can prevail by narrowly appealing to one segment, one narrow racial or religious segment of society. Our housing policies, as you've heard, ensured that we have racially integrated neighborhoods and not segregated ethnic enclaves. Our Presidential Council on Minority Rights has the power to reject laws passed by Parliament that infringes on the rights of any minority population. Sir, these and other steps have enabled Singapore to progress from the darker days of racial riots in its early years of independence. Unlike, for example, the French model of assimilation, we did not set out to achieve harmony by ignoring or eliminating cultural diversity and getting ethnic minority groups to adopt the language and the norms and the attitudes of the majority groups. On the contrary, we have worked hard to entrench the interests of our multiracial groups. The Constitution itself sets out basic obligations on the part of the government to care for the interests of racial and religious minorities. We have long recognized the need to protect both ethnic communities and also bridge them through a set of common values and common language. Therefore, we have embarked on a unique path as a multiracial and multicultural society, one that celebrates its ethnic diversity as a strength while having a shared sense of belonging and identity. And I dare say, Mr. Speaker, very few societies around the world have succeeded in ensuring its citizens live harmoniously together, let alone one which has as much diversity as we do in Singapore. What we have achieved is something that we can all be very proud of. At the same time, we are not complacent, nor do we presume that what we have achieved is perfect or completed, or that we have achieved a steady post-racial state. Recent incidents, as Mr. Thomas has outlined, of racist behavior that have gone viral remind us that there's nothing natural or nothing preordained about our state of racial harmony. And without due care and attention, constantly, the good progress we have made can be lost very quickly. As Mr. Thomas has suggested, and I agree, this means that we need to work constantly to ensure our racial harmony. We also have to calibrate our laws, as he has suggested, and policies to ensure that they remain relevant and fair. Changing social attitudes mean that every generation will, of course, have to decide its own balance of issues on race and other sensitive issues. So our policies are not set in stone, but must be refined to keep pace with societal changes, keeping the overarching raison d'etre as the focus. And I thank Mr. Thomas for the suggestions that he has made to calibrate some of our policies. My ministry, together with other ministries, will study them carefully. However, as he has pointed out, the core, the essence of our policies continue to remain relevant today. As we review our policies, we will engage multiple stakeholders, some of whom may well have conflicting views. We will endeavor to seek consensus on the changes that we choose to undertake so that policy change and policy shifts can unite and not divide us. At the same time, we must also be conscious that what might work in other countries, in other societies, in other jurisdictions, might not work in the same way, as our own context will be different, and we must always remain sensitive to local realities and our own lived experiences. Shifts in our policy position will also not come about because of populist sentiments or from who shouts the loudest. But you can be assured, Mr. Speaker, that at the heart of it, the government will always seek to preserve our hard-earned multiracial harmony. Let me elaborate. First, on strengthening our community networks and institutions, Mr. Thomas has emphasized the need to continually reach out and engage the diverse groups in our society. We will continue to do so, with the support of community partners, to actively promote opportunities to build bonds of trust between races. At the national level, I chair the National Steering Committee on Racial and Religious Harmony, or NSC, to build close relationships between government and our ethnic community leaders and also APEC's religious leaders. We also have the National Integration Council, NIC, to integrate new citizens who may be ethnically similar to us, but may come from very different contexts and different cultural backgrounds. At the local level, the interracial and religious confidence circles, the IRCCs, in each of the constituencies, foster friendships and build mutual trust at every of these constituency networks. There were also several other initiatives which I outlined earlier today in Parliament. Second, enlarging our common spaces, something Mr. Thomas spoke at some length about, highlighting the need to ensure, in particular, that students from SAP schools do not turn into an insular group. Sir, we agree. SAP schools, and indeed all schools, should promote social mixing and meaningful interactions and discourse with students from other communities. Schools will always remain an important common ground to develop cross-cultural understanding and friendships from a young and early age. And these will be relationships and mindsets and philosophies that we hope can last a lifetime. In fact, Singapore's approach to harmony has always been about creating as much common spaces as possible, working also through the domains of arts, culture, and sports, domains that my ministry is particularly interested in. At the same time, sir, I think we can do more than just simply bringing people together. We do not want our ethnic communities to just coexist or just tolerate each other's existence. And we certainly hope that people can embrace each other's differences, appreciate that we all have something unique, precisely because we are different, and to stand in solidarity despite our races. We have witnessed many acts of embracement in the past year, as I'm sure many members in this House have, as we stood together as one people, especially during the adversities presented by COVID-19. We want to continue this spirit of embracement by facilitating and providing opportunities for individuals to join up their different talents for the common good. To outline some examples, at the neighborhood level, we have appointed SG Care's volunteer centers to coordinate volunteers and resources to bring more local stakeholders working side by side on a daily basis to create a larger positive social impact, regardless of race or religion. At the national level, we're expanding opportunities for the individuals to partner with the government to co-create solutions. In the spirit of Singapore Together, we have embarked on 25 alliances for action, which are action-oriented across different sector collaborations to tackle complex issues. Again, not quite respecting strictly the boundaries of race or religion, looking at the issues as they affect or impact on society. Third, sir, nurturing a constructive discourse to build empathy and mutual understanding, a third point that Mr. Thomas touched on. Inasmuch as it is important to expand common spaces, there will also be occasions of differences, discord, and disagreement. We will need to be constructive about how this is managed. Embracing each other's differences also means being willing to hear from and engage with someone who shares a different view, especially on sensitive matters such as race. Society falters not when we disagree about things, but when we lose interest in trying to make sense of the other person's point of view, or to understand or to learn and relearn on occasion, and trying to engage that person on the merits of our own, to educate, to share, and I think eventually to come to a mutual understanding. Mr. Thomas has highlighted the important role of responsible and mature discourse as well, but at the same time, being acutely aware of the need to guard against those who take advantage of and exploit fault lines for their own malicious intent. Community and religious groups and leaders also play a key role in engaging and encouraging constructive discussions, clarifying doubts and misconceptions. And often these doubts and misconceptions are innocent, but yet they lie at the heart of some of these insensitivities or misapprehensions. They also play a part in rallying Singaporeans to stand against divisive rhetoric, a lot of which appears online. And that's why MCCY is collaborating with technology companies, as I outlined earlier this afternoon, to support religious, interfaith, and community organizations' efforts to produce meaningful social media content, positive social media content on racial and religious harmony. So, whilst MCCY and the whole of government will continue to do its utmost to preserve the hard-won harmony that we have enjoyed, success will also require it to be a whole of society effort. The government alone should not compel Singaporeans to just have more friends of different races or religions. Neither would this be sustainable. But we can create the conditions and the environment to foster stronger, deeper, more long-lasting harmony. And we will do so. We will convene, we will encourage, we will partner with the community. But I wish to stress that ultimately connections can only happen when individuals want to make that happen, want to do so, and reach out to one another. For racial harmony to be enduring, the heavy lifting and the motivation really must come from all Singaporeans, collectively in an open fashion. Finally, sir, let me close by thanking Mr. Thomas for reminding us not to forget the good stuff as well, as he puts it. And I think he's absolutely right. Yes, we have to continuously work at forging racial harmony, and it is not an easy task. It is a constant work in progress, and we must take nothing for granted. But we are also different from so many others in the world with what we already have. We have a guarantee of equality for all races, a racial diversity and harmony which has benefited from a system earlier generations of our leaders have set up with wisdom and with foresight, precisely to ensure that we do not fall into the difficulties that other racially diverse communities might have with social mixing, integration, harmony. It is really so difficult for many societies to do this well, let alone a racially diverse society like ours. But we made a conscious choice that this is what our country will stand for on the very day of our independence, and have worked hard at it ever since. So, sir, let's not throw out what has worked well for us over the decades, a system which structurally delivers integration outcomes to foster better multiracial and multi-religious relations. I urge all Singaporeans from all ethnic communities to engage each other in our common spaces, to forge stronger relations, embrace diversity, and also to practice it each day, which is important. And if we can do that, I'm sure that our lived experiences will come closer and closer to our aspirations of a truly post-racial society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The time allowed for the proceedings has expired. I adjourn the House pursuant to the standing order. Order. Order.